Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee of Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. They go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because as marketing is not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best-selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve, or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows? I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is like the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle and decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game properly.
Also, you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard.
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, that's a lot to digest. in a day of crash course. So slowly got to sink to the new play style, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese, because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company, because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus. It's a bonus skill to have, because not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually be able to use something that you actually like and love, and kind of make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion. Otherwise, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
That's not actually funny, by the way. It's gonna be sent to the group.
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that, because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're going to dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
Sure.
cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow,
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
fragrant. Yeah.
Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
Yeah. What games
Yeah.
do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you actually play our three main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Vice, I started playing, I think, somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think, I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Vice first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Vice products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Vice, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. You know, it's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that.
Yeah.
Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Crow deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
No, I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So deck thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or it might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you would be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating the game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities. Like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manta, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the week 2 of Bushiroad Rumble 2021. That is hashtag BRO 2021. Make sure to use that hashtag to share us your best moments. I am Toku from Yellow Card Vanguard, and on my right, I have...
We have...
Hello, my name is Philip. I'm from the channel Top Deck Heroes. What's up? And we also got over there, all the way to the right, left, just that way.
Outer Orange. I am Outer Orange, part of also the Vanguard community, and I have a YouTube where I do Vanguard content.
Welcome to week 2 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021, where we will be casting and showcasing to you guys, the viewers, the V Premium format of NALA region. Orange, why don't you let us know about the schedule?
Yes, so we are currently now in week 2, so this will be V Premium that we'll be entering. We'll have the Swiss rounds, which will be going on today, and then tomorrow we'll have the top cuts for top 8 or top 16. And then we'll be also going into week 3, which will be overdress. And again, we'll be doing the top cut for the first day, and then the next day will be the top 8 and top 16. And then last after that for week 4 will be Weiss Schwarz. Also going with Swiss rounds of day 1, and day 2 will be top 8 and top 16. And then after that, we're gonna go into the prizes. So Philip, you want to talk about the prizes?
Yes, just like last week for Premium, we got some nifty prizes for V Premium as well. Top 4 people will be getting something special. All 4 participants will be getting a certificate, while gold, silver, and bronze are going to be getting some extra goodies. For 3rd place, we're going to be getting 1 box of Booster Set V Clan Collection Volume 3. Yes, you heard me right. Volume 3 coming out in March, as well as a promo of Chrono Jet Dragon for V. 2nd place is going to be getting 2 of the promo as well as a box, and 1st place are going to get a whole play set of Chrono Jet as well as a box of V Clan Collection Volume 3. Now, who doesn't want to win those type of prizes?
I agree. So let's quickly swing it back over to us, and let's kind of talk about the format that we are doing today. So we've got best of 1 Swiss into top 8, top 16, just as we had explained before. But more importantly, we are going to be playing V Premium. So for those who are unaware, V Premium is what we'll call the first reiteration of Vanguard. In V Premium, clans have been classified into Force clans, Protect clans, and Axel clans. And with each of their classifications, they've been giving imaginary gifts. But don't let us explain it everything. Bushiroad has made a great informatic video that we can love to share with you.
Welcome to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards, as well as the clan collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Axel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle, belonging belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Axel gift represents an aggressive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Axel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Axel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Axel circles. Not only that, Axel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Axel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects, either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this game format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
Thank you, Bushiroad, for providing with us that beautiful video on the explanation of V Premium. Now, going into the tournament, I've got to ask my fellow casters, what are your guys' expectations today? Orange, give me your thoughts.
So my expectations, honestly, I do expect to see quite a bit of Bermuda. That is, it has 3 different archetypes, all of which are really good. We got Highlander, Prism, and then we also have Melody, all very strong decks that can show some representation. So I expect to see some of that, and maybe some I can see some Genesis coming in with the Uranus, and definitely Angel Feather coming in. What about you, Philip? What do you think we'll see today?
I love that you brought up Genesis, because 100% Valkyrion can be something that we can see. On top of that, I'm not going to even say we might even see some Norn, because it showed a lot of representation premium. It's still an amazing card inside of V as well, being able to double attack with force new markers and all that. On top of that, definitely stuff like Murakami, Vanquisher is very strong. It can do multi-attack, it generates hands, removal. And personal favorite, I want to definitely see some Link Joker, because Messiah just got a good grade 1 to kind of give itself some oomph, and it's a very strong deck.
Yeah, going off of Orange here, I'm definitely expecting to see a lot of Bermuda. I think specifically in the NA, more so like I'll call the Western regions. Prisms is the most popular variant of Bermuda, but like let's not forget that Melody is also very strong as well. You kind of see that going a lot around in the Japanese side of the game. So between those two, I'm expecting more Prism, but just in general, a lot of Bermuda. One other deck that I do want to bring up for sure is Gold Paladin. Spectral Duke. Spectral Duke is one house of a card, and I think that is one of the decks to look out for going in today's tournament.
I was also going to bring up Spectral Duke plays like a Force Clan in an Excel deck. On top of that, also something to remember is Fury is actually showing some results right now as it swings like crazy, on top of also bringing in a lot of deck thinning when they attack. So we also might see quite a bit of gold representation today.
We can't even forget about their, cousins of Royal Paladin. We do have the Jewel Knight engine inside of V, and it is another form of force multi-attack that could show its head.
Now, personally speaking, let's just talk about our favorite V Premium decks. For those who know me, everyone knows I do love Royal Paladin. I'm hoping to see Altmile. I'm hoping to see Thingsaver. I'm hoping to see Altmile. Never mind the other one.
What about Sanctuary Guard Dragon?
SGD is cool as well. I'm actually still waiting on Thingsaver Dragon's effect to be revealed, because I do hope that the effect for Thingsaver will be really good. At the same time, though, I'm also looking forward to like my other like pet clans in Aqua Force, and even Angel Feathers, as you had stated before, Outer Orange. Hamiel is still a strategy. Now, the introduction of Heal Guardians have made dealing with Hamiel a lot easier. They're unable to zero damage you the entire time, because if you do have that Heal Guardian in hand, you're able to get that counter blast you need to do your plays. And if you do have the Heal Guardian in hand regardless, and they do go into Hamiel, you can just give it -2 crit.
There's also the fact that they have that new grade 1 that binds itself to add extra damage to your damage, which sounds not too great, but if you think about it, if your opponent wants to heal out, they can't now. You can push yourself all the way to 3-4 damage, and say you're sitting at 1-2 as the opponent, and you hit a heal. Doesn't matter anymore. You have less room to actually heal through and survive a Hamiel turn.
On top of that, I do want to bring up the whole Heal Guardians and how they've changed. Like we've seen last week with Premium, just the implication of Heal Guardians in that format, and in this format, it's kind of the same. But another thing that Heal Guardians have brought is the fact that a lot of the decks that were able to do a very good either grade 1 or grade 2 rush strategy are kind of getting, I won't say stopped fully, but are kind of getting tamed a little bit with the Heal Guardians. Just being able to say, okay, 10k to my Vanguard, or hey, this double critical unit of yours for some reason on grade 2 turn here, let's just say no.
And I think that's actually very healthy for V Premium, because we did see in the early stages of V Premium, the game was very heavily favored towards going first. These introduction of these Heal Guardians, then with the introduction of Quick Shield as well, just provides a venue for both players to be able to do what they need to do in the back and forth as they ride up to grade 3. Orange, did you have anything to add on as well?
For the Heal Guardians, yes. I think they definitely add on to an engine and some decks. So we all know that we got like some grade 3 searchers. There are a lot. Every clan got access to a grade 1 that searches for a grade 3. Well, now you can also search for a Heal Guardian, get it to hand, and now you have an early advantage in case you are going second. Your opponent starts, barfing up their board, and you're like, okay, Heal Guardian. Did you say 24? Here's another one. Make my Vanguard even higher. And with that implication, it makes it a lot easier. And there are some decks out there that can actually bring the Heal Guardians back to deck. One of them is actually being Prism. So seeing that recycling engine going is actually very interesting to see. We have a strong deck that just got yet access to another unit that makes it even stronger. So we'll be seeing probably a lot of that if we see some Prism matchups today.
A couple of things that actually come to mind is, one, I want to build on that. Like, Toka, you are an Aqua Force player. How does Heal Guardians, how do you feel about Heal Guardians?
Honestly, I'm not playing as Aqua Force. I'm both happy, but also not the happiest about Heal Guardians. being able to get hosed out of like your big grade 2 turn with the multi-attacks does kind of put a hamper in your big game strategy. But your rearguards already attack for a lot between the Riptide Dragon and the Coral Soul. Those are able to hit over that 10k buff already. More so, if you were to get damage tonight as Aquaforce going into your Lambros Tavis turn, that Heal Guardian that you call down not only works as like a card that you can just tap off to get your rested effects for striding into Lambros, but it also works to get you that counterblast so that you are able to use Lambros' skill. So both a double-edged sword, I'll call it.
I completely agree, and I've been thinking here, like, the Heal Guardians not only present, every deck's form of ammunition that you can use, some decks can kind of go a little bit step forward. For example, we talked about Link Joker real quick and Messiah. They are grade 3 still, which means if you get the unlock off the Monk and hit the Heal Guardian, that is going to restand the Vanguard. On top of that, another deck that came to mind immediately is if anybody plays Deep Police, especially Die Liner. Those are now, 25k shields?
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Not only are they 25k shields, but like then when you think about in context of having your Die Kaiser on the rear guard as well, that's another great read that you can check on your drive check for that counterblast 1, deal 1 damage.
Also, Chronojet really goes off of this really well too, because they need their grade 3s to constantly stride into their grade 4. Well, stride, it's really just like going into any grade 4 from deck, but you have to discard. So
Hold up. All of Gear Chronicle. Like, hey, don't forget about Fang.
Yeah. Oh, true. Fang is awesome. I love Fang. That's my tiger. That's my boy right there.
We all love Fang. Everyone loves being just completely blown up from 0 to 6 with that quad, penta, drive, crit triggers through all the things. And speaking of penta, drive, crit triggers, like you said, Philip, I'm very excited for Valkyrion as well. If we manage to see some Valkyrion players. Now, like, Valkyrion historically did play 16 crits, just so that way on your 5 dry checks from your Valkyrion, your 2 from your Vanguard, then you're able to restand the Valkyrion again. That's a lot of crits that you're moving between your front row and your back row. Now, maybe with the inclusion of these grade 3 heal guardians, we may drop down to 12 crits, play 4 of the heal guardians. That way you have 4 more grade 3 targets to send to the drop zone off of Valkyrion's skill. What's your take on this one, actually?
It's very interesting you say that, because I completely agree. The fact that the heal guardians only present 2 benefits. One, the whole heal guardian effect, like we talked about, the whole 10k double critical, all that. And the double-edged sword to kind of build on it is, if I'm going against the Valkyrion player and on their grade 2 turn decide to go force 2, I'm like, here's a heal guardian. Give me at least some time before you start doing your thing. But back to Valkyrion and heal guardians, their own effects, of course. And just like you said, the fact that they are grade 3, if you soul charge one or put it to soul or whatever, it's going to count towards that main Uranus unit being able to soul blast cards equal to a grade 5. So overall, they help. On the other side, knowing someone who's built a Valkyrion deck, knowing someone who's played a 16 critical Valkyrion deck, 4 heals are good, but the threat goes a little bit more down and it's a little bit more manageable. And now it comes down to competitive. There's that manageable margin enough to go, all right, I'm not going to get as far as I would if I ran 16 crit. It's like that. You got to find that nice balance. And it's not only of how much does a deck benefit overall, but also does it fit your playstyle.
Do you think that without the heal guardians, would it just add on to the pressure of being rushed down by your other opponents though? Like they have this like inking feeling that you're going 16 crits, so they just start rushing you down. Do you think that those counterblasts and being at high damage would just have an effect on your game plan once you ride to grade 3?
Playing against a Valkyrion, I can agree, yes, but at the same time, it's one of those things like if they can manage to get off, like get Exodia, get all the pieces, and on their first grade 3 turn already be ready to go, all right, here's a double critical Valkyrion because it has a force 2 marker underneath it, and I have all my Astral Poets on the board necessary to restand it. I'm running 16 crit. How brave are you when I turn this 70k sideways?
I think that's a
Is it
good way to
those
look at it
moments?
as well.
Those moments, it really does count. Like I've said this multiple times already. I've played more than enough against Valkyria. I got a little bit of PTSD. If I see a perfect guard, if I see a draw perfect guard in my opening hand, that is not getting mulligan back. That is staying in my hand. I am losing one draw trigger in the deck, but I am gaining a guaranteed perfect guard to say, I know what's coming. No.
Yeah, you really need it. Like, plus that deck has a perfect guard that they can just use as well, so they can survive a lot of your blows with the. I can't remember the name of it. It's like the weird looking horse, but they can just perfect guard pretty much anything. It's also a really good counter against other decks like Angel Feather.
I mean, that card basically made
exactly.
the deck what it is today. It's not only a perfect guard, it's also a good rear guard that makes force markers, and it searches out your Valkyria. It is the full package for that deck.
Oh yeah, Dionysus Dragon is the MVP of Valkyrion. Now let's jump into another topic. So we're talking a lot about what V is at the moment. We've talked a lot about the introduction of Heal Guardians in Clan Collection 1 and 2. Now, Clan Collection 3 and 4 are just around the corner. What are you guys excited for from Clan Collections 3 and 4? Orange, start us off.
I mean, to Cocytus coming in very, very soon. I am a big Cocytus fan. I cannot wait to see the reverse. The sneak peek cards that they revealed with the little retire mechanic, potential rewrite stuff. Like, I feel like, if anything, it may not be as good in V Premium, but I could see in Premium just taking like little nitpicks of this and just bringing it in. I just think having a rewrite engine and bringing Cocytus back to life is just gonna be so fun to see. That's probably gonna be like my number one. Like, it's definitely in Grand Blue. I cannot wait to have just more cards in the pool to test. What about you, Toku? What do you want to see?
Personally, for myself, I was very excited to see reverse units of units that never got reverses. Things like Cecilia Reverse, we have nothing to really base off of that, right? So we're walking into like new territory. This is very exciting. Things like Raging Fall Dragon. Me, myself, now having a Revenger core, I don't have the Mordred Phantoms yet, but I'm very, very excited to get the Raging Falls to try and see what Revengers will look like playing with a different grade 3 instead of having that Blaster, Phantom Blaster Dragon Ride Skip package. Most importantly, though, I'm very, very excited for Jewel Knights. Salome Waiting Room is where I'm living right now. Salome is everybody's like Jewel Knight waifu, and I'm so excited to have her come back to us. Philip, what are you excited for?
There's so many. I gotta build up on what you said. The fact that we're getting so many reverse units, new and old. I am very interested to see how they're gonna handle Ezel Scissor. Because back in the day, he was an amazing card. The combat, the era was reversed. The era was lock. So he made so much sense when he came out in G to kind of say, all right, you locked my units? No, you didn't. So I want to see what they do for this one. Just because it's not the same anymore. Like, the only deck that really locks is Link Joker, and that is Messiah locks itself, and then you only got Chaos that actually goes, hey, turn your board face down this time. Outside of that, let's see here. Definitely Dudley. More Dudley. You can never go wrong with more Dudley. And let's see, what else? What else? Oh, there's so many good cards to choose from.
Himiko? Another one.
Oh, Himiko Reverse.
Oh my gosh.
Himiko
And
Reverse.
she looks amazing.
Oh my
Exactly. Like, for the effect, I want to see what she does just because of the implications. But she looks beautiful. Silverthorn Reverse.
Yeah.
Yes, Lukia Reverse, bring her back.
That is
Never played.
That is, to me, one of the most beautiful cards in Vanguard ever.
Do you
I
guys think that there will be a lock mechanic coming back? For those of you guys that may not know, reverse units tend to have a way to lock your side of the field to get a certain skill to activate. So do you guys think that we'll be getting this kind of type of mechanic coming back again, where once we ride the reverse unit, we'll be locking?
I think it'd be a very interesting design space because then that also puts the implication that, like, if these reverse units start locking your own units, Chaos Breaker Dragon all of a sudden gets a bit stronger and stronger, because if these reverse units end up being like the new flavor of the month, being able to lock your own units to get incredibly strong effects, Chaos Breaker is just like rearing its head around the corner and just like, did I hear free force markers?
Yeah, that's literally just going, and here's some fuel to this nice little fire that we're gonna go keep having. Now, I will say, well, you're completely correct. There is one small misconception. If we're getting anywhere near the same effects we get with previous reverse units back in the day, the plus side will be the fact that you're gonna lock your board. How many? We don't know. What they're gonna do, we don't know. And you're gonna do your effects, and then at the end of your turn, they're gonna unlock. So you're not gonna at least have a locked board, but just like you said, Chaos is gonna sit on the other end and go, mind if I get some force markers while you're at it?
But I think that's about it for our little preview about the V format, a little bit of our predictions, a little hopes and dreams for Clan Collection 3 and 4. We're about ready to start round 1. And I'm very excited to see what the first player will be bringing for the first game of Bushiroad Rumble 2021 V Premium format. Let me see that deck list. We have player Gabriel Teo playing no, never mind, not Gabriel. They are playing Prisms. Prisms core with a little bit of a little splash of many different engines. I see some of the Pearl Sisters. I see Ange. I see Lupina. Orange, what's your take on this deck?
Wow. So this is a Highlander quotations Prism deck, essentially. So they're kind of running a little bit of everything to get the Force Marker engine going. They also have the Q Tire there to just get their pieces that they need. And they're also running the Pearl Sister engine, which is actually some really brutal stuff you can do with them since they bounce off each other if they're on the board. They get extra power and crits. I also really love seeing that Perfect Guard right there. I personally actually played this. I played the grade 1 Perfect Guard. The reason being is Lizelot can get it out, and it's a 7k attacker, and then on a Force Marker, it's a 17k attacker versus the regular draw Perfect Guard, which is just a 5k. But yeah, I like it. I'm really excited.
I'm just going to quickly run down the deck and the strategy for the people watching. So the main Prism engine here is just a very strong plussing advantage engine within the deck, with the boss unit being a Prism Vert, being able to, on attack, bounce your front row back to your hand. So that is already a +2 in card advantage. Being able to put your rear guards back into your hand is +2, but also being able to call 2 new units from your bind zone to your board is another +2 to board. Let's not forget that the units that you can bind, that you can call from the bind zone, namely Clear, namely Rosa, and even the singleton copy of Nectaria there, these units also have their own mechanics to also plus to your hand some more. It's not uncommon to see after the first turn on grade 3 riding into Vare, a Prism player, a Bermuda Triangle player in this sense, since this isn't exactly what I would call a pure Prism deck, to have 9, 10, 11 cards in hand.
I also like the implementation of just the one Lupina. I kind of wonder what made them think like to run the Lupina there, as it is very high pressure if you get to it fast enough. And you can restand. It does enable 5 attacks as well.
I think what I like the most about this deck, though, is the singleton copy of Ange. Ange is one heck of a card when you go first. Being able to get that one extra force marker just elevates your deck's aggression, elevates your deck's tempo to the next level. But Vanguard is played with 2 players. I want to see what Gabriel Teo is playing against. Let's go ahead and take a look at the second deck list.
Excited to see. Oh, there's that Spectral Duke coming in. So as you guys may know, Spectral Duke gets a lot of pressure as a Vanguard with an extra crit, and we have the Percival being run here and the Sagamore, and we even have the grade 3 that gives Vanguard extra power, making that attack even more aggressive. And then we have the Spectral Duke engine between the grade 2 and the grade 1, and we have the Dandrine for the counter chargers. And overall, just a very straightforward, I'm Spectral Duke, I'm gonna attack you for high numbers and multi-attack a couple times. What do you think, Toku?
I think the first thing that draws to my eye's attention is the wide variety of grade 3 units. Normally, in a deck like Gold Paladin, you want like a good mixture of grade 2s and grade 3s, but because of how robust and how easily Spectral Duke is able to get its game plan off, you're okay with playing grade 3s. Not to mention, let's not forget that Spectral Duke on Limit Break 4 not only becomes a restanding with a crit, but then you end up going from twin to triple drive. That is effectively a +2 hand. With that increased drive, that's a lot of pressure. Then you've got all these really strong grade 3 units across the front of your board as well, being able to share the power that you get off of the triggers that you get. 5 drive checks in a turn when you're going for game is incredibly threatening.
And just to add on to the Limit Break engine, so pretty much if you give 4 damage to Spectral Duke, they instantly start plussing off of that. So pushing this deck is actually a really scary thing because they can restand and go even further and deeper into this. And that is part of what makes this deck such a competitor right now in the competitive scene. Good stuff. I like it.
One of the things I will mention, and I do think that we should bring up, is let's take a look at the heal trigger. It's not the Heal Guardian. It's just your typical grade 0 heal trigger. Do you have any thoughts on this, Orange?
That is very interesting. Now, I've been one of those people that's been talking for a while about the difference between running a heal guard versus running just a 20k vanilla. And the thing about it is that it is a very nice shield. You get the extra 5k, while early on you can heal guard and kind of save yourself. Late game, you may need that 20k guard to survive long enough because you do have to stay at high damage in order to keep the consistency going of your restands, and you're discarding less cards. So it's very possible they're trying to go for like a safety route here where they know that early on they can get pushed, which is fine, by the way. They want to get pushed because they want to get to Limit Break 4 anyway. So if you heal guard early, do you want to heal guard early, or do you want to have the pressure of constantly hitting your Limit Break 4 skill every single turn? And maybe that's why they actually decided to take it out and go, I don't need these heal guardians. Not in this deck.
I like that you bring that up. However, I want to see Chrysome show us. So I think we're just about ready to head into game 1. Let's Bushiroad Rumble. On the left here, we have Gabriel Teo representing Bermuda Triangle. And on the right, we have Chrysome starting us off, playing Gold Paladins and representing Spectral Duke Dragon. Getting the ideal ride in the Grade 1 Vortimer here. We're going to go ahead and check 7 for a copy of the Grade 2 or the Grade 3 Spectral Duke Dragon.
Yeah, looks like he's searching there, getting what he needs.
Unfortunately, does not find a target, but we'll be able to resolve the grade 0 starter effect to draw a card, and hopefully we do find the target off of that one draw. What's your thoughts on this matchup right now?
Personally, this will be a very close matchup in my opinion, because both these decks have like really, really good pressure every single turn. They can multi-attack and do a lot of stuff. Honestly, if Prism gets a fat enough hand, they can deal with the pressure of Spectral Duke. However, they can also lose their hand really fast, which in this situation could make the Prism player end in a loss. But we'll have to see. It kind of depends on how easily our Prism player here is able to deck in their deck and hit their pieces fast enough.
Oh, and from Gabriel Teo's side of things, instantly dropping that Ellie for that on-hit pressure. We do know that Spectral Duke does like that 4 damage to be able to use Spectral Duke's Limit Break 4 skill to get that extra drive on its restand. But that Ellie on-hit pressure is a lot. That extra 10k in shield once resolving it.
Oh, he let it go. Ooh, and the crits.
And the crit. Oh.
That's, honestly, like as we brought up, that's okay. That's okay for Duke. That's what they want to see.
And over on Chrysome's side, we also see the heal trigger being hit as the second damage. So, able to nullify that crit and just turn it into a 1 damage. We don't hate to see that. Being able to give us some more room to play before getting into that more dangerous territory of being on 4 damage.
Yeah. Notice that Bermuda Triangle player did ride that perfect guard that we were discussing earlier, that one of to get the extra draw and go deeper into the deck.
Mm-hmm. Now, over on Chrysome's side of things, we do manage to ride into the Grade 2 Vortimer. This is really great to see because once we do ride into the Spectral Duke, Vortimer's skill will activate and be able to give us 2 free units onto the board from the top 5 using its own skill. We're going to go ahead and swing here. 10k because we do have the Grade 1 in Soul, and off the top,
And
we
that's a
find a
Sagamore.
Sagamore. Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Now, Chrysome is going to go ahead and pass it back to Gabriel Teo here.
See that he hit a Rosa and damage. Not the best thing to see. this early on. Got hitting the Weaselot, getting a Heal
Ooh.
Guardian.
Yeah, getting that Heal Guardian off the top, definitely something not excited to see about. But luckily, because Heal Guardian is a 10k body attacker, able to hit into that Vortimer A-okay.
Also, like once he goes into Vert, he can actually bounce it back.
Very good point, yeah. So Lieselot calling down that Heal Guardian, not the worst thing to see.
And another Ellie on hit pressure here too. Oh, this time he's saying no. We're not letting this go through.
So going to get
That is a Pearl.
We do find one of the Pearl sisters. One more, and we're able to aggress with that extra just crit on the rear guards there. Bringing back onto Chrysome's side of things there, do we have the Spectral Duke? We do have the Spectral Duke. Go ahead and get that Axel 2 marker to draw us a card. And we're going to resolve the Grade 2 Vortimer skill to check off the top 5 and call any 2 units that we want. What will it be? Ideally, I'm thinking about Percival.
Oh yeah, best card. Seeing Percival this early, getting that extra Excel marker, getting Agraville out, it's one of the best plays that Gold has access to right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's what we see. We have the Grade 2.
We do have the Grade 2 Vortimer, which just synergizes so well with Spectral Duke, honestly. When retired off, we're able to put it into Soul and Countercharge, effectively making our Duke's skill free in the sense of Counterblast.
Yeah.
I don't see what the other card is, but if that is
I think it's a
Percival. If that is the Percival, that is that's very clean. Good 2 cards to call off.
Also, Percival gets refunded off of the Spectral Duke skill as well, because that is a counterblast. You're essentially just not, instead of using 2 counterblasts, you're using just 1 for the whole turn, which is awesome, because you get the Excel marker, and you get the pressure, and you get to restand.
I think that's one of the beauties about the Spectral Duke deck in conjunction with the Percival Aglavell engine is just how efficient they are with resources. Grade 2 Vortimer being able to refund Countercharge. Then we also see the Grade 1 there when Superior called off of any effects. So we have things like the Full Cav Dragon, we have the Sagamore, also able to get us being able to convert our Soul, which we do generate a lot of through the Grade 1 and Grade 2 Vortimer pieces, but also through the Aglavell. Being able to convert that into more Counterblast just gives us a lot more options that we can play in with this deck.
Top of the Aglavell is also just such a good card. You get to attack with it, put something into Soul, and that card will get 10k, and then you bring it back to hand as shield. Oh, here's the Sagamore effect. Soul Blast to draw a card, and then you call a unit. See what he calls down. Oh, nice. And
there's the Din Drain, just like we said. Going to go ahead and convert that Soul into a Countercharge. Now Chrysome playing the Gold Paladin deck against the big Titan that is Bermuda Triangle. These Titans, these Giants, they don't fight him, huh? To this deck, to this Spectral Duke deck, they're gentle as lambs.
It's a good way to put it. I do wonder how much this is going to push Prism, because right now the thing about Prism is that early on you don't have that hand advantage, and you need your pieces to kind of have your hand advantage to go. So right now is where they're the most vulnerable. If you can push them before they can start getting their 10 card hand, you can pretty much get yourself closer to that W. So we'll have to see kind of how much this Spectral Duke player could do for us here.
And every single circle on Chrysome's side of the field is full. Now, what I do love about what Chrysome is doing is that even through a single Heal Guardian, we're able to hit on every column.
That is a defense right there, which will help a little bit with the guarding, but you are correct. All these numbers do still hit over a defense.
So we're going to go ahead here and swing with a 20k to our opponent's 20k Vanguard. We do hit another Ellie into damage, which is great to see. We're going to go ahead and boost with the Garboduck. Very big boost. This is already 26. Garboduck is one of the easiest Grade 3 searchers to get that 5k condition off of as well, especially in a deck like Spectral Duke, which just looks to do a lot of superior calling.
Oh, he said no guard to that. It's interesting. Also, yeah, you are correct. You just have to call 2 cards and you just get the 5k. So it's pretty free. You can use the skill here.
Yeah, hitting Gabriel Tail, playing the Prism deck straight to 4 damage. Gonna go ahead and use that skill just like you said. also refunding our soul, gaining that extra 5k off the grade 1 Vortimer, and also getting
And
that
counter
countercharge refund.
Yup. And going in again. But this time he will not have they will have the -1 drive this time instead of the plus, since they are not at 4 damage.
Throwing that crit down in conjunction with that defensive, that should be a no pass.
Okay. We still here's Agraville coming in. Should be 24. Nice little
This
guard
is
there.
this is a very, very nice thing that Crizome did. Like, despite fielding 4 front row attackers in rear guards, being able to clean the front row means
Mhm.
that Gabrielle Tail is forced to attack into Spectral Duke, which means it's a lot easier for Crizome to get to 4 damage, which means, boom, we've got that skill live.
He's also got a solid hand over there. We'll see if Gabriel can come back. They're using the Q-Tire skill. Wonder what they're gonna search for.
Instantly
Oh.
finds the Rosa.
That's one way to help yourself get to your prism condition as fast as possible. So you need your prisms at pretty much as fast as possible to start your engine. And haven't been seeing prism units. We've been seeing very little of them. So Q-Tire is one of the best ways to fix that problem.
No. And on the other side, we do have the Aqua, so we'll go ahead and bounce that Kutire back to hand and filter. Just drawing 1 and discarding 1. Will we see that Kutire come down again for another tutor?
I think we will. Oh, no, not yet. Using Rosa's skill here for top 7 for two prisms here. And one goes to bind, one goes to hands. Really, really awesome filtering. This card just really helps fuel this whole engine. And there they get it there, so.
Yep. Most likely they're not going to add the Vert to hand and binding the clear.
Yes. They need that clear for the multi-attack into the draw engine here. Plus the extra 10k power, so be the best approach. And they get a ride target in hand for next turn.
What is a bit worrisome over on Gabriel Tail's side of things is that we only have 1 prism name in bind. But luckily able to bind the front row. Normally, a lot of times you're not ecstatic to bind the front row, since it is a push -0 from board to bind and then back to board again. Ideally, you're looking to bind it from the drop zone, but we make do with what we have. And off the second Rosa, we do find a pair of clears, 1 to bind and 1 to hand, able to recuperate the hand and hopefully get some advantage back that Crizome was able to donate all that counterblast for us to play with.
Yeah, I completely agree. And now it kind of helps also with the little 10k guard. And we're also seeing the Q-Tier. We're thinking on the Q-Tier.
Now, over on Crizome's side, would you ever just take the first 2 attacks to get to 4? Because our hand is pretty healthy. We're probably able to guard the next 2 attacks that come out. And then now that Gabriel Tail is on grade 3, that Duke is swinging twice with that crit.
I think, honestly, I would guard the little attacks that are going to be coming, because, Rosa is going to be pretty small here. And then I'd probably no-guard the Vanguard. I don't think I'd be too scared to just take that one, and then take maybe 1 more when the Binding Zone unit come out, and then just guard the rest.
I do like that analytical thought of line for guarding attacks. Now, we will see the Kutire come down 1 more time, and let's see if we do find that card that we're looking for.
I wonder what he's searching for.
Actually, we do find 3 of the same crit in a row.
What are they looking for?
Oh. Calling the clear.
I wonder if the search is for the Pearl Sisters.
Maybe once we verify that we are all out of our multiple copies, like the multiple copies being the prism names, once all the prisms are accounted for, we can start using Kutire to find that other Pearl Sister. Then we just call the 2 Pearl Sisters to the front row. And unless...
there they are. There they are.
There they are. They're already here.
That is 2 crit on each side with 18 plus K on one side and plus 20k on the other side power. That's going to make those really aggressive. We were just talking about how we can take a couple early hits here, but now it's going to be a lot harder to want to take that damage.
Exactly. It might actually be worth to take one of these attacks, unironically.
I agree. I agree.
Get that double defensive, because these might be the biggest attacks of the turn.
Yeah, because once the Rosa and the Clear come out, they'll be decent numbers, but they're almost the same numbers as these, but it won't be. I won't have the crit on them, so it'll be a little easier to handle.
Exactly.
I've actually never seen this in action, and my little Bermuda heart is really excited right now.
I think one of the oppressive things about playing Prisms, but also being able to collect these Pearl Sisters so early in the game as well, is every turn it's this. Every turn it will be attack with the Pearl Sisters for 2 crit, bounce them back to hand, call 2 new units. The next turn, go ahead and intercept with the Rosa, maybe just play over the Clear, send it to bind through Vert skill, boom, call the Pearl Sisters down again.
Yeah, you can just keep cycling it because they're constantly gonna be safe in your hands, so you never have to worry about that just disappearing unless there's some weird other mechanics that can force you to discard. But otherwise, they're there. Once you hit them, you have them, and it's such high pressure. This definitely adds a whole new engine and idea to the Prism engine overall with the 5 attacks.
I'm gonna go ahead and see the mark drop for Chrysome's side of things. Going to discard for that PG effect.
Yep.
Dropping that 0k shield in the full Cav Dragon.
Here's the bounce. So Vert skill, you can Counterblast, bring 2 front row units back, and then you can call from Bind Zone 2 Prism units in different card games. So here we have the Rosa and the Clear coming out. Rosa gives the 10k to the front row, and Clear lets you draw a card for binding a unit to then also give 10k to herself.
Ooh, and off the drive check, we do see that
crit.
1 crit. And
a PG draw.
What's very smart about what was done here is that Gabriel Teo opted to not give the crit to the Vanguard, but to give it all to the Rosa. Because we don't want Chrysome to go all the way to 4 here. There might be a world where Gabriel just passes here.
It's actually very possible because unless they have the hand to deal with the pressure that Spectral Duke will bring here, also Spectral Duke is going to start plussing even more. Sometimes it's good to just pass and not give that Limit Break 4 engine to go.
Exactly. Like what is that 1 extra attack compared to the 2 extra cards that Spectral Duke will get, compared to that extra pressure that Spectral Duke will get?
Keep in mind that the Spectral Duke that will be attacking next turn will have an extra crit on top of that, so it'll be even more. And we had the Gabriel is at 4 damage, so every attack that Vanguard swing will be lethal.
Exactly. Now, hopefully, we do see Gabriel Tell swinging with the Clear here. So hopefully, over on Gabriel Tell's side of things, we do have 2 PGs in hand to block the 2 Spectral Duke attacks. But let's not forget how high-powered our rearguards are as well, namely Aglovale.
Yes, this is very true. I do wonder if it's. I think it's just worth taking this one, but surprisingly enough, they are guarding it.
Actually opted to guard that attack.
Oh, and they passed the turn?
They do pass.
Not giving them that 4th damage there. So if Spectral Duke decides to restand, they will be losing a drive here instead of gaining a drive.
Gonna go ahead and get that rewrite for the extra axle marker, calling down the Garbodog, hopefully finding another copy of Percival. Just give us that extra +1.
Ah, yes, here we go. The engine, the grade 3, grade 2 Unga Boonga Gold Paladin engine. Love to see it.
I do agree it was very smart for Gabriel Teo to pass on here. What I'm confused about is I wonder if Chrysome would... Actually, no. I think it's also smart on Chrysome's end of thing to actually guard the attack that would push him to 4, because then that will make the 2 Pearl Sisters on the next turn lethal on every swing.
This is very true, and considering Golds doesn't always have the best hand to deal with those kind of numbers, it makes sense that they didn't want to be in a situation where they could lose to 1 Pearl Sister just smacking them in the face there. So now that I think about it, that's actually really good reasoning there. It does deny them, but they could still pressure here, like continue pressuring our Prism player. Oh, called out a crit.
Off the full cav there, giving the extra 5k to Spectral Duke, and we're at 1 card left in hand on Chrysome's side of things.
Probably a good thing here is they have the crit pressure, so a prison player has to guard the Vanguard.
They do have the crit pressure, but the Prism player has their deck in their hand right now. Look at that grip. It's so healthy.
The book.
I'm hopefully expecting Chrysome to be able to whittle down that hand, hopefully down from the book to just the magazine.
That's what we'll see here, because they'll have to at least guard with or they could perfect guard. I was gonna say they could guard like 3 or 4 cards, but
Or that was that one perfect guard.
Oh,
One
see.
drive, 2 drive, getting 15k in shield. 15k in shield, not exactly the best that we want going into some Pearl Sister attacks there. Swinging one more time at another 18. With that crit to Vanguard, do we have the second PG?
Gonna
We
use
don't have the
Ellie
second
here.
PG, but we do have Ellie, which is just as good sometimes.
Ellie on place, if you have a card in your drop zone at the same copy of yourself, you can put one to the bottom and get an extra 10k, so it becomes a heal trigger guard.
That one drive finding that crit, giving it all to Garbodok, trying to end the game on this attack, but with the grip that big.
You think it's worth giving the damage here? I would probably swing at the rear.
The Garbodok they did give the crit to. On this one, probably
Yes.
swing at the rear. Yeah.
Yep, good idea.
So this is the best play, yeah. So only one counterblast left to play with. Probably gonna use it for that Variant multi-attack.
Yep, and you can't filter because you want to have enough CB for it. But still, the Pearl Sisters are gonna come back here. We're about to see another very aggro turn.
And with that rewrite, gaining an extra 10k on both of the Pearl Sisters, Chrysome will have to play on defensives here, I believe. That first attack swing at a hefty 38k crit.
Just 38.
It's just 38.
Just 38. It's only 2 damage.
Taking the first of the damage. There is a defensive. Do we get a second?
Useful. Oh, nice,
and
a
draw. And a draw as well.
That's actually exactly what Chrysome wanted to see here.
Sitting at a nice and healthy 33.
233, so it's actually not too terrible here.
Gonna go ahead and math out. Now, we do know that in hand, I do know that Chrysome has about 30k shield in hand, 20k now, not accounting for the mystery draw, not accounting for the Aglevel that was bounced the last turn, so about 35k shield in hand now.
And we're coming back with our Prism units again. And the extra draw, extra 10k to the front, and extra 10k to the grade 1.
Mm-hmm.
Making 23 here, but it's already a 1.
Already a 1 to pass. On a triple drive as well, in a deck that hyper compresses like Prism, being able to get 2 cards out of the deck through the multiple Rosas, getting to get 1 selective card out of the deck through the Kutire. I would not be happy on a 1 to pass.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is like a 3 to pass situation.
1,
another
2. There's the crit. Giving it to the Rosa.
And a Nectaria. What's your thoughts on Nectaria?
What are my thoughts on Nectaria? I like it at low counts. I like it being able to just emergency bind a copy of any Prism from the deck, namely clear.
You ever thought about binding itself?
I do like the concept of binding itself, but I think it's most important to get the clear out first. So my first copy of Nectaria, I usually will bind a copy of clear. The second copy of Nectaria I find I probably use as ditch fodder and then bind it through Ver.
Alright. Looks like Chrysome did survive the 2 crit pressure of the Prisms.
Yeah.
With only 3 cards in hand, what can they do here?
3 cards in hand, we only need to retire 3 off of Spectral Duke here.
Which means they have to call all 3 units down.
Garbodok in the front. Do we have a Percival? Do we have that free card? Do we have a full Cav? Do we have a Sagamore? We're looking just for any card anything that can extend the board a bit.
Yes. This is the time where we need that. We need as many attacks as possible.
What's important to note here is that I think it's worth it as Chrysome to only swing at the Vanguard with Vanguard unless you get crits. Now that Gabriel Teo is at 4, and since Gabriel is playing like a Highlander-esque deck, and only runs one copy of the Spiana for the countercharge, we have to end up playing Do You Have It?
I was actually, that's a good point you bring up. It's something I was thinking about. With there only being one way to countercharge as a Prism player, your counterblasts matter a lot, and not being able to swing with Vert here.
Swinging with just the Duke and not calling down an extra 3 units for that retire.
They're going for the pressure here, and then probably if they don't hit anything, they're probably gonna go for the rears again. Oh, there's the Sagamore.
2,
and another perfect guard.
Trigger.
Sadly, it's not a crit. Crit would have been like the best thing to see here, but still, extra shield is always good.
Yeah. So this is definitely probably going at the rear guards there. Definitely don't want to give the Ver a counterblast to be able to for a multi-attack.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is where you want to just get rid of those rears and hope you survive a turn. Giving it up. There we go. Yep. And now we have Gabriel here with no counterblast. Maybe we've seen a Spina. We don't know yet. So no way to countercharge aside from that one of. Potentially a Q-tier. If I think the drive check we did see a Q-tier, so it's very possible here. Oh, and
now we play Do We Have It? Do we have the one of copy of Spiana? Using the Karia to bind the Aqua.
I'm assuming they're out of Prism units at this point, so they're binding just anything that's not what the pieces that they need to search.
And with this, if we do have another Aqua in hand, which we don't because it's on the board right now.
Yep, there it is.
We do have
searching.
The Kutire.
Yep,
Probably call it the Spiana here. Getting that counter charge.
Get the counter charge. Oh, there it is.
There's the Spiana.
So Vert is now going to be live. And this Spiana has so much utility now. Obviously, they'll be using it here mainly for the counter charge, but you can also put the Heal Guardians back to deck with this card now. It is a Vanguard or Rear Guard skill with what it brings back.
No, I want to get your opinion on Chrysome's last turn. Do you think it would have been worth to actually just call down that one extra unit to be able to restand and reswing one more time? Because it looks like Gabriel Tail did not have the perfect guard.
Honestly, giving that extra damage is pretty scary, but I can understand calling. I think they wanted the hand to survive what's about to come over the fact of having a restand and instead pressure again next turn. I don't know how worth it is. It sounds a little I would be depending on the hand. I'd be hesitant to want to call something out and then lose that shield.
Right. Gonna go ahead and wipe the front row to get the Pearl Sisters back out again. There's no 6 damage heals where you're going, Chrysome. No more pursuits. 6 damage.
That's GG.
And that is game.
Wow, what a game. Seeing the Highlander in action like that, I was very, very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I think what a way to start off round 1 as well. Both players bringing very strong decks as well. We have Chrysome bringing Spectral Duke deck with like the heavily aggressive grade 3 lineup, but we also have Gabriel Tail bringing Prisms with like that Highlander Spice, being able to tutor whatever you need at a moment's notice. And we did see that come up in the last turn, being able to thin your deck to the point where you know that every card that you call will be a hit. Call down that Kutire and boom, there's the Spiana I want.
I agree. As someone who has been playing Prism, I've always felt that the Highlander version of it isn't too like. I felt like it was a little inconsistent, but honestly, watching that play out, it felt very consistent to me. Like they did not see a lot of Prisms, and then the Q-tier just brought them all back, set up the board, got the bind zone going, and before you know it, there's a Vert turn, there's pressure, there's force, there's crits on everything, and everything is just swinging for lethal. And I was just very impressed to see how that came through. I was very surprised.
I agree. Impressed is probably the best way to put it, because when we think of Prism, we think of like 4. Something incredibly streamlined, something incredibly consistent. But then when you add this Highlander aspect, throwing a bit of these one-ofs in, but you're losing a bit of consistency, but your ceiling goes so much higher. And we did see that ceiling, just being able to call down those Pearl Sisters every turn. Crit to face. And Chrysome couldn't do anything but just swing with Spectral Duke and pass it back to the opponent.
Yeah, another thing to keep in mind, most people that play against Prism, they already have kind of a number in their head. Like, okay, like there's Prisms that are going to be coming out, they're going to be swinging for, 30 and 28, and then the attacks before is going to be an Aqua, maybe something else, Aqua's for 25, something else maybe 15, but all the numbers are relatively small. So now with that added Pearl Sister pressure, you have to think about guarding in a whole different way now. You're not guarding like these little 5k attacks anymore, 5k shield attacks. You're guarding with 15s, 20s potentially, maybe have to perfect guard some of these, and that's what we saw being represented here, which completely changes not only your shredding your hand even further, but also just the pressure just shifted in a whole other direction.
Yeah, and like, not to discount Chrysome, not to discount Gabriel Teo, but they both played incredibly high level V here. We saw a lot of like understanding your opponent's deck, understanding your own deck, understanding what needed to happen for you to get out of this situation. We saw Chrysome actively in the last turn damage deny the Prism player to force them to work that extra inch to find that Spiana. We saw the Prism player actively damage deny, not letting Chrysome get to that 4th damage to get that Spectral Duke live. So V Premium is not like this like bash face kind of game that it once used to be. There's a lot more higher level thinking that is so welcome to see now.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. That was something I love to see. Honestly, playing the damage game of keeping your opponent at certain levels of damage is something that it takes a little bit of learning to kind of understand. And it's just very awesome to see that we got to see that interaction in V Premium.
Now, let's run into a few what ifs here. We saw how quickly Gabriel Teo was able to find those Pearl Sisters. How do you think this game would have gone if, instead of being on that like turn 1 Prism, just being able to call those 2 Pearl Sisters down, if we weren't able to find those Pearl Sisters in time? Like, maybe not having that extra crit on the rear guards would have been a lot easier to guard, and thus Chrysome's hand would have been a lot healthier. Would Gabriel Teo then having to deal with a healthier hand in Chain Reaction have a less healthy hand for like the future Spectral Duke turns? Let's get a little like hypothetical thinking here.
I think because the hand wouldn't have been shredded as easily, it would have given Spectral Duke room to actually start having a more aggressive turns, which actually, yes, if the Pearl Sisters weren't active, we would have seen a little bit more of Duke doing Duke things and more restands and more stuff. We would have had a bigger board too, because Spectral Duke started with a big hand, and that hand just went down really fast from all the pressure. But without that pressure, there's a chance that it would have been easier. Plus, the gaming of the damage, like denying damage at certain numbers, would have been a little bit harder because of that critical being gone. So I definitely think it would have just been a little bit more rounded, where the pressure would have been on both sides. But in this game, it seems like the Prism pressure was higher than what Spectral Duke was able to bring out.
Absolutely. I can't help but agree. Just being able to get that extra crit on board every turn. I talked about this a lot with like my testing partners, but like I myself, I don't play the Prism, the Pearl Sister package in my Prism list, but the concept of when your opponent is at 4 and you swing with a crit rear guard, you swing with a crit rear guard, then you swing with a triple drive Vanguard, which has a high chance of finding a crit because it's triple drive. Then you have 2 more big units coming out from the buying zone. Then if they do PG the Vanguard, the crits that you do get are going on to the rear guards. Like I said, though as not consistent, and surprisingly, we did see a lot of consistency in Gabriel Teo's list. That ceiling of including the Pearl Sisters is just so high and so delicious.
I completely agree. Honestly, It's kind of like a little bit of a gotcha game. I remember someone called it like being able to Q tier. I hope you hit your prism pieces fast enough, and then that way, so when you're Q tiering, you're just constantly searching for those one ofs. And that concept is actually, I think, it's way more fun than just like your regular prism list where you don't run any of those one ofs and you're not having to think about the gotcha concept at all. And overall, I just think it's just fun. Like that deck actually looked fun to play. Personally, as much as I think Prism is a good deck and everything, after a couple rounds, I'm like, okay, I'm doing the same stuff over and over and over again. But this deck kind of includes just a little bit of extra spice that's just really more interactive, more fun with the deck. You're thinking about what's in your deck and kind of brainstorming, and you're also deck thinning too. So it's just like, it was just such a beautiful engine to see.
Yeah, I have to agree myself. Now, as we start getting into round 2, as we start like finding the standings, I do want to ask, now that we've seen Prism, we've seen Bermuda already, probably going to see a lot more Bermuda going into future rounds, as it is one of the best decks in the format at the moment. I've already gotten seen my treat in Spectral Duke Dragon. What are you looking forward to for round 2, for round 3, for round 4?
We didn't bring this up earlier actually, but I would really like to see some Grand Blue action. We have 2 potential different decks that we can bring. So there's like Night Rose, and then there's a little bit of Beatrice that we'll probably see mainly Night Rose builds. But I am excited to see Night Rose come on out. We'll bring out the Skull Dragons, our Ghost Ships, our Beatrices, and I've actually been talking to some Grand Blue players myself. Some people have been running engines where they choose between going into Beatrice or going into Night Rose on the first ride, instead of going instantly into Night Rose, as Night Rose has a little bit less like you can kind of die faster, whereas you go to Beatrice, you have a chance of surviving for longer. So I honestly would love to see some Grand Blue. Personally, I would also like to see some Pale Moon as well. As a Pale Moon player myself, I would like to see either bunnies or nightmare dolls or just anything in that variance to bring out like what Clan Collection has been bringing us. As bunnies is actually pretty strong. What about you?
I myself, I'm looking forward to see Dark Irregulars. Over on the EU side, so I think we did see Noto bring Sharot. One of the implications of Heal Guardians being added is the fact that they're only 15k shield. Now, in Dark Irregulars, there is a card called Hope on Damp, which does state if you do have 20 or more soul on the timing that it's placed, when your opponent would guard for the turn, they have to call combination shields that equal 20k at the same time. Now, with the 20k heal triggers gone, it's just that much harder, and that might be just the push that Dark Irregulars needs.
I completely agree with you there, that it would be very interesting to see with the original shields. Do you want to go ahead and see the current standings?
I'm curious myself. Let's go ahead and see who is the top of the leaderboard going into round 2. Up at number 1, we do have a WCC player in Big Cam. Number 2, we have Schnoz. 3, Corin Asier. 4, the Odd Fox. 5, Damien. 6, another WCC player. I wonder if for V Premium, WCC has like a special list that they're bringing. WCC Tyler Yu. 7, CP104. And at 8, David. Orange, give me 9 to 16, please.
All right.
While we wait for 9 to 16 to come, did you recognize any of these names yourself?
Oh, I did, yes, to some of the WCC members, but I do see we got 9th. So we have Immortalized 3D, we got Gallo, we got NRDR for 11th, 12th is Chrism, 13th we got XPNX, 14th we got Zero, Redox, and 15th we got Silver Ruby 09, and in 16th place we got Laura Bist UDI Zero, or UD Duo, or Dio.
Looks like Lara B Studio, maybe?
Oh, maybe. You're not wrong. I kind of read it in like pieces and segments.
Yeah. But yeah, so these are your top 16 going into round 2. So if you're number 17, 18, 19, 20, these are the names that you are looking to knock out. Now, back to us as we start to get to round 2 ready. I think we're going to get a small break just to get round 2 started, get the judges ready, get everything all set up. But after the break, we are so excited to bring you some back hashtag BRO2021 on Twitter action. I want to see those tweets. I want to see your favorite moments because I want to read them all live on stream.
Yeah, go. Show us the stuff.
And we are back! And what a way to start off Bushiroad Rumble Online V Premium hashtag 2021. What a game to start. We got to see Bermudas in action with a mixture of Prism and Highlander. We also got to see Spectral Duke Dragon. Orange, give me one last impression on that game before we talk about what might be coming up next.
Very, very, very fun match to see. We got to see Force against multi-attack Force. We got to see both very similar decks as they both multi-attack. They both have Force kind of implications, pressure, crits, all this stuff, and it was just a very, very beautiful match. I was very hyped. As I mentioned earlier, my little Bermuda heart, as much as I'm not a competitive Bermuda player, was very happy to see Bermuda competition in action with the ceiling being very high.
Now, in context of V Premium, when the game first started, there was a very large disparity between going first and going second. But as the game grew on, we started getting tools to try and kind of balance that. We see that in the Heal Guardians that just released recently in Clan Collection. We also saw that in Quick Shields. What's your take on this new mechanic?
Quick shields and just in general, I personally love the quick shield. Ever since like they announced the quick shield, I was like, yay, it's a little card, because there's so many little things you can do with the quick shield. A lot of people think, oh, it's just like a discard, but you can use it in a lot of like weird situations too. Your opponent asks you to call like 2 cards to the board from your hand. You can call a quick shield. It can evaporate like just like that. Gasteel, Gasteel says put a card from your hand into the damage. So you can put a quick shield, thus denying that extra pretty much damage that they were just trying to apply. Also, a lot of decks right now run grade 3 searchers, right? And you need to discard something for a grade 3 searcher, and the quick shield is one of the best things to just shove aside and go, okay, I did that. And there's also a lot of cards that say on Vanguard, search whatever, draw a card, or it's like discard draw. So you can discard your quick shield and then draw into something better, thus making your engine way more consistent. So overall, it's a little 5k, but it's got a lot of little extra little bits and pieces. You can G-assist with it too if you want, and kind of just use it and utilize it pretty well. What about you? Do you have any quick shield times or moments or times you use it where you love it or hate it?
I think you ran over everything. Definitely in like V Premium, you talk about the Gasteel. Go ahead and pop that quick shield into the damage zone. Boom! I didn't take a damage. You're talking about like calling 2 cards down from hand as forced. Garafa, mind you. You'll go ahead and call that down. Don't have to deal with that unit on the board anymore. Like there's a lot of applications of quick shield that just isn't that 5k guard. Like being able to get that 1 extra card in hand does mean a lot, because there's a lot of cards that filter that you just need to discard the worst card in your hand, and most times the worst card in your hand will be that quick shield. So just something good to see.
Another thing you brought up, so you were talking about how before it used to be a going first type of meta. There is something else that got introduced in between the quick shields and, just so, kind of helping with that. And that's actually the 30k Sentinel guards. Now, a lot of people tend to kind of forget about them, but they are 30k shields. And when they got introduced into the game, it made it a little bit easier to guard some very aggressive turns early. If your opponent starts like hitting fronts and all this stuff, you're going second, they're hitting you for 32. You're like, okay, let me just throw down this 30k shield right here. It guards, if you're a 10k base or a 9k base, it still guards over those really high numbers. It's actually one of those things that I love to talk about and see as it's a critical, so you can run a lot of it, or you can run the perfect guard. You're sacrificing, but it also lets you avoid discarding like 2 cards or 3 cards or 4 cards, whatever it is. You can just throw one down, and even like 2 to passing or 3 to passing, you can throw down the 30k, and it just instantly helps. I think it's something that's been added to the format that has overall helped in a kind of like a long-term type of thing.
I definitely agree. Most times that you do see this 30k crit Sentinel is a lot of times in like protect decks that are able to get like their own perfect guard through these protect markers. Therefore, they have more space in their trigger zone to play more criticals. Just like you said, that extra critical Sentinel and that 30k shield. And because of how defense and protect already plays, being able to save that 1 extra card in hand to block a big attack with the 30k shield, then being able to keep that extra card in hand to then use for the protect marker is just really good application. Now, what I would like to run back on with that 30k Sentinel is when 30k Sentinels were introduced, Night Rose started becoming popular again. Do you have any kind of insight as to why?
Well, honestly, Grand Blue, peak performance is when you can run as many crits as possible. And being able to get away with doing a 2-2 split is perfect for a deck like Night Rose, because Granblue doesn't really have a lot of good early pressure, but because you're constantly deck thinning, you're milling out, you're pretty much like compressing your deck as much as possible to see more crits than anything else. Running as many crits as possible is just amazing. And now with the 30k Sentinels, on top of, getting a perfect guard anyway, you can get away with running a 2-2 split and being okay. Of course, it is kind of like a meta call. There's some situations where you need that perfect guard more than you need the 30k crits. But overall, I think it's great. There was a point where I was running like 12, and then I was like, this is a bad idea. But I did it anyway. I found out that maybe I gotta push it back once. I actually used to run 1 PG draw and then 3 crit, and I found out that was also kind of a little shaky ground. But doing 2-2 is like perfect. You can't get away with 4, but sometimes you don't want to risk deck out either. And because you don't want to risk deck out, running the 2-2 split is honestly perfect. You see one perfect guard in your deck, like it's there, and you're like, okay, well I'm kind of safe. But if you know there's like 3 in there and you're down to like 8 cards in deck, then you're like, okay, well I'm a little scared here. That's why a 2-2 split just works so well in all the Night Rose builds.
Now, I do want to run it back to a comment you said before regarding the quick shields and being able to call them from hand. Just like I said, in Clan Collection, a card came up from Mega Colony in Garafa. Now, Mega Colony is one of the decks where I like to call has an identity crisis, has gone through a lot of different design choices. We started with machinings in the V Premium format, which would rest my own board to stand my board to minus power to your board. Then we went into Gun and Colio, which played towards mill. Then we went into Venom Stinger, which would steal your drive checks. Then we went into Gradora, which played off of Cradle Markers and calling grade 3s. Now we're back into Garafa, which forces cards out of hand, but also stuns. Mega Colony is one of those decks where I like to say it's spread out so far and not really centralized into a thing. And I think that's one of the main reasons why it's like not as represented. What's your thoughts on like decks that are just not represented too much, like Murakumo and Neuro Hyoga? Because I do see some Yasue lists like bringing up, but like these other weaker decks.
So, honestly, with Mega Colony, if they keep one engine going in the future with Clan Collection coming, it's very possible that we could start seeing a little bit more representation coming with Mega Colony. Murakumo is a very interesting one. I actually know someone that's been testing with the Stealth Fiend Hyoga stuff. And strangely enough, if you can get away with running 16 crit in that deck, and what you can do is you can use your Shirayukis to actually like be your guard essentially. Use the heal guard as a Shirayuki to save yourself from using your hand, and then you run your 16 crits. Hyoga gets insane amount of drive checks. You go into Hyoga, you land crit. Yes, you lose all the drive checks, but you can apply so much pressure to the board that I can actually see that deck coming back at some point. There's also some other weird decks, like there's like that Shadow Paladin Witch deck, which is somewhere in the abyss, somewhere far away that nobody knows about it or anything, but you use your zeros to just essentially like do weird manipulation. And it'd be very interesting to just see some of these very unrepresented decks kind of come back and start showing like some kind of, it would just be cool because we have so many different archetypes. Like Nova Grappler is another good example. They have a lot of like weird side archetypes too. Like just being able to see that come back. Dimension Police has some side stuff too. They have like all their aliens and stuff that just randomly exist. Like seeing the Zeal engine might come back. Like we haven't seen anyone talk about Zeal anymore. It's been kind of like a very, very quiet archetype now. And actually it's pretty good. It's like a little mini Shirayuki and constant high pressure. Maybe we'll see more of that in the future. Who knows? Is there any decks that you may know or could think of? Like maybe even an Aqua Force? Is there any side deck that you haven't heard about? Or too much of?
For me, curiously enough, one of the decks that I tested as a joke on stream was Tetra Drive White Wings. Basically, the idea was through Tetra Drive, you would get, hopefully through your 4 drive checks, you would find a heal trigger, which would then get your restands on your wings, that would then get you into deeper. However, there's only 4 heals in a deck, so it's not something that you can play towards. But the White Wing aspect of being able to stand off of a certain card revealed after drive check, I think is very cool design space, and I think there's a lot to be explored there. So I think that's something very cool. Maybe like present like more White Wings cards that say this card is treated as a heal trigger when damaged, because we did see that in Clan Collection. We saw the grade 3 for Tsukuyomi, which just says this card is treated as a trigger in the trigger zone, which is very good for like the Tsukiyomi game plan that does ask you to check 2 triggers per turn to be able to beat a deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and we have Highlander with Reindeer that does a very similar concept, causing like a better consistency engine. I would love to see a White Wing heal the type of deck come back. So the way it works is if you check a Heal Guardian, everything with the White Wing engine, right, it restands.
Yep.
So it'd be very interesting to see, because that sounds like an onslaught, because you like swing with everything, you swing with Van, then you swing with everything again. It kind of reminds me of the 7 Seas archetype, where like you swing with everything and then bring it all back. And for those of you guys that don't know about the 7 Seas archetype, it's Grand Blue side arc that's just been very, very also put to the side. And it's a protect 2 deck, essentially. You can go protect 1 with it too, but all your on hits, when they hit, you get a treasure token, and then you can use those tokens to pretty much do extra stuff, like get intercept, get extra power. And then your Vanguard says after you have 6, your entire board restands. So your opponent is constantly on this pressure of, do I let this attack hit or do I not? And everything on the board attacks. So all your rear guards attack and everything. So it's just a nice little archetype as well that we might be able to see one day come back. Who knows?
Yeah. And just like you said, side archetypes, I think that's something very cool about Vanguard, but something that just needs to be a bit more explored. One of the best examples of side archetypes I do have to talk about is Ancient Dragons, especially in like V Premium. What's really cool about Ancient Dragons is that in Clan Collection, we got a lot of Ancient Dragon named cards that weren't tailored towards the Ancient Dragons sub-clan deck archetype. Played a lot better going like Spinal Driver into Gaia. But just by having the name Ancient Dragon in its name, it was able to actually give a small boost to the Ancient Dragon sub-archetype. And I think that's something really cool to see. Like specifically, let's talk about Garafa again, right? So Garafa has an effect to check Garafa names in Soul. We don't even have to get a new Garafa, but like just the implication of getting a new Garafa starter, just to have another Garafa name in Soul. We see this a lot in Premium as well, especially in Sabrier, who actually topped in AU today. Sabrier's Magnolia Mega Colony list, because it does run the Garafa starter, is able to not only meet that 2 unique name condition for Garafa easier, but able to get that extra 5k power on the offensive swing as well. So I think there's like the uniqueness of names in Vanguard, not necessarily racist, since races have been kind of pushed off to the side, but names I think is something that can be very looked upon closely. And on the topic of names as well, like one of my favorite pet decks in V right now is Thingsaver Dragon. Now, Blasterblade Seeker says on place, you can discard a card to pop one of your opponent's front row rear guards. Then give one of your Vanguards with Seeker in its name a base 2 crit for the turn. At the current moment in the game, there's only 2 Seekers, Thingsaver and Blasterblade Seeker. Now, you do know that the next clan collection coming up is strictly for Jewel Knights, but I do hope that maybe in 5 and 6, we get some more Seeker support. Maybe a way to hint a superior ride into Thingsaver so I don't have to waste a turn on grade 3. What's your topic? What's your take on like these like specific kind of named effects?
I really like it. One deck that comes to mind off the top of my head is obviously Nightmare Dolls, since they have the workaway type of approach. But I think that's more of a race, isn't it? But that's the first one I could think of. And obviously some other names is actually Prism. Prism has the cards in their names as well. So they obviously all work with each other. And the more Prisms that they potentially may release, the more we might see of that. There's also a chance, something I've been thinking about for a while. I'm going back to a Bermuda topic here, but actually Duo. And if I'm not mistaken, Nectaria has both names in it. So there's a chance that we might be able to see a Duo archetype come in or something. Now, it may not be now, it may be in the future, but it would be nice to see kind of more of that type of stuff. I'm trying to think of more namey type decks, but honestly, the ones I normally play is like Grand Blue and Pale Moon, and obviously, there's the bunny decks. So the bunny deck and Pale Moon. So the bunnies is kind of a little bit of a newer support, but there is some older support that actually has some bunnies in them, mainly the grade 3 searcher, and then there is the other bunny. It's like on place, you can discard a card to draw a card, and then if you're on grade 3, you can soul charge 2, if I'm not mistaken. And then also they've got the new support, which is the new grade 1, the new grade 2, and obviously the grade 3, and that also all works off of bunnies. They have a skill that helps you pretty much say, hey, for everything in your soul that's a bunny, and on your rearguard circle, you get an extra the 1k power, and that stacks stacks like really fast. If we ever see any more bunny type support, we can see that escalating. On top of the fact that they have a grade 3 searcher bunny that literally just searches for grade 3s, Yo Guardians, anything you need. You can search for Beast Tamers because they also like work with the Beast Tamer support as well. So there's just kind of like this double name thing even going on as your Vanguard becomes Beast Tamer, but your bunnies give you hours. So you kind of have like a double thing going on here, which I actually think is cool. It's probably my favorite part about the Pale Moon deck there.
Yeah, that's enough rambling from us. I do believe that round 2 is about ready to start, and our first deck is ready to review. Let's take a look at it. We have Chuni Clan representing Spike Brothers. Praise the Emperor. This deck is Dudley. So this is a very, 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 how do I call this? Compact deck is what I'll call it. A lot of these cards do have the Dudley name, and a lot of the deck's game plan is very simple. I'll just say it right now. Call Dudley Davy. Call Dudley Daisy. Call Dudley Lucifer. These 3 cards right here, this is your main attacking engine. Dudley Davy on call will call Dudley Daisy, who, when called by an effect, can Soul Blast 1 to call a grade 3, which will be Dudley Lucifer. At the same time, if you need that extra 5k power from Dudley Emperor's skill, Dudley Emperor's skill does work on the van and rear, so you're able to call him to rear, you're able to have him on Vanguard, and all your attacking units will gain 10k instead of 5. What's your thoughts on this deck, actually, Orange?
I really like this engine. Something that I want to pinpoint is the Rona. So if you were to give this deck a Counterblast early on, the deck can actually start kind of going really heavy with grade 3s really early and kind of start adding pressure before they even hit the Dudley turn. I also really like the Lucifer edition. I'm more familiar with the Rising Nova support in this deck, and the Lucifer kind of extends attacks on top of also being able to countercharge in this deck here. We also see obviously the Heal Guardians being run just to kind of help with the support. I've been hearing a lot about the grade 2 in the Dudley. How do you feel about the grade 2 Dudley? I can't remember its name, but it's the one next to the Lucifer card.
Dudley Mason?
Yes.
Honestly, it's a Dudley name, and that's all I can really say for it. I don't think the on-hit is realistic, because unless you have like double Emperor out and maybe like a Force on it, I think it's a card that is like most easily that just says guard me. So I think most of the time maybe it just works as a card that says guard me, so you're forced to guard this attack. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with more attacks, and thus it'll make the other attacks harder to guard. But it is a Dudley name, so that way if you're able to superior call out the Dudley Emperor through the use to the likes of like Rona, through the likes of Dudley Daisy, you'll be able to give your rear guards an extra 5k. So it is really good for early game. But mainly, it is just the Dudley name in my eyes.
And so with this deck, we also have our second player with a second deck going on in here. See what we got facing for our Spike Brothers here.
And it's a mirror match. We're playing against Spike Brothers again.
That would actually be really funny.
Actually, I think that would be really funny. Like if unironically it was Spike Brothers versus Spike Brothers, but it is not. It is actually in a sense, not this player, but the player is actually Nick N playing Neo Nectar. So not Shuni Clan Magnate, but Nick N, who is an EU judge, and this is Musketeers.
Wow. I'm very surprised to see this. I actually don't know too much about the Musketeer archetype, aside from the fact that they just keep recalling units back out. And now, with the new support coming from the V Quen collection that we just recently got, we did get more Musketeer support here. What are your thoughts?
One of the big cards I do want to point out is the new cards from Clan Collection, being Vera and Saul. Normally, when you think of Neo Nectars, you think about a lot of that plant token calling. You think about Asha being like very vertical in power. But what is so cool about Vera is the fact that if she's on Vanguard and you have a Saul on the side, every trigger you get becomes a front trigger. You're able to donate any power that you give to Vera, and you're able to spread it along your front. So that's why this deck plays Force 2, is because of how much power distribution there is, being able to get Force 2 onto Vera, onto Sol. If you manage to superior call the Martina, the other grade 3, that one's already sitting at a base 2 crit as well now. You're looking at 2 crit, 2 crit, 2 crit across the front. You have triple drive, so that increases the chance of you getting those extra triggers, being able to turn those crits into fronts. Then you also have Sol, which also acts as a pseudo 4th drive. What I do love about the deck is just how streamlined it is. It's so important for you to call out those Musketeer names that we're looking at. 4 Musketeer, 4 Musketeer, 4 Musketeer, 4 Musketeer. And it's just such a clean way to convert the plant tokens into better attackers.
I'm excited to see the Martina. It's been a hot minute since I've seen Martina in action at all, and being able to actually see it here being played makes me happy. I actually pulled one of these and didn't know what to do with it, but I really like seeing just kind of the combination here happening. We have all these Musketeer decks, they all Musketeer cards, and they all kind of help each other and just add a bunch of pressure to the board on top of, as you were mentioning, all the triggers activating. So I'm very, very excited to see how this will play out here.
Well, that's enough from us. All we do is talk the talk. I want to watch the players walk the walk. Let's get into round 2 of #BRO 2021 of the V Premium format. Let's play some Vanguard. So, on the left side of your screen here, you see Nick N piloting Neo Nectar, and on the right, we have Chuni Megane playing Spike Brothers. What's your thoughts on this matchup right now?
Personally, because I'm a little unfamiliar with the Musketeers, but on the Spikes end, they're not running the Rising Nova, so this will be either a Force 2 or Heavy Force 1 type of approach here. So we'll see kind of another very pressure deck actually. They're both going to be pressuring each other with a bunch of like lethal crit attacks. So we'll have to see kind of how it plays out. And we do have a lot of multi-attacking going on from the Spikes end here, so we'll probably see quite a bit of that. Whereas I believe the Musketeers, I don't know if they can multi-attack. I don't think they can, but they'll have more of like a hand size they'll be saving.
Yeah, they've got 3 attacks to go off of, but these are pretty big 3 attacks, and they also, like you said, they do save that hand size. Being able to convert the smaller attacks in the plant tokens into better units, that is their game plan. They want to grow their plants, is probably the best way I'm gonna put it.
Grow their plants. I love it.
Gonna go ahead and swing with the Dudley William here. Unfortunately, because we didn't call anything off of an effect this turn, the Acrobat Verde is not live, so it's only 8k. But over on Nick's end of things, I don't see a defensive trigger, so these are both attacks that will hit.
Yes, this is true. Having that early pressure, putting nice damage, and then putting our Neo Nectar player here in a situation where it'll be harder to guard the later attacks.
Speaking of pressure, already going straight to do damage on the first turn. We're going to mull what we're going to ride into, and I do believe that is the grade 2 that just summons a plant token to the board as well.
Adding more units to the field essentially for free. You can do a lot of stuff with that. And create a board early too. Which I think is what we're seeing here.
And we're going to go ahead and call the Sol there using his skill to... Wait, was that the Sol? No, it was just the Martina to gain another plane token. This is the Sol here. Soul Blasting 1 to retire a unit, namely the plant token. And off the top 3 of our deck, what are we going to find?
You can choose one unit and call it, put the rest at the bottom. And then if you call it a trigger unit, you can Cow Blast and activate the trigger's effects. Now, that is something that we are not used to seeing this early on a grade 2 turn, being able to instantly start activating trigger effects. It's something we see with Angel Feather, but now we're seeing in Neo Nectar, this is coming through as well.
Looks like we do activate that trigger's effect, and I do believe it will be a crit to our Vanguard here. Going to go ahead and give the power each time something is called for the Martina. And I think with our board full and our hand full and our belly full, let's go into attacks.
Wow.
Starting with the 15.
Wonder, giving the counterblast to Spikes here is actually not too terrible because they can ride into Rona and kind of do the same thing back, create a board for free.
Yeah, and I wonder how Megane will actually opt to evaluate this board state, whether or not some of these attacks are worth taking, whether should guard like the easy ones while you can guard the easy ones, as these will just get bigger and bigger as the game goes on. It
You were
does look
dropping
like
some draws.
dropping that 2 5K shields to guard that first 15 there.
Now
It
they're
looks
thinking. Oh, swinging with the Vanguard. The Vanguard's got the crit on it, right?
and it's got the crit. There's the no guard,
Oof.
no trigger, but that is 2 damage going straight to Megane. 1,
Oh,
that
that's
is
the
the
Dudley?
Emperor,
The Emperor
and
coming
there's 2.
out. Oh, wow.
Oh, that
That's-
is the heal guardian,
that is
but
the healing.
unfortunately, that is not live. We do get that 10k defensive though, which should be able to negate the last attack if my math is correct. Which means that we're forced to attack into the Acrobat Verdi.
Yes, yes. I think that's what's going to happen here, which is honestly not terrible.
Now with 2
Because-
counterblasts on Megane's side of things, that opens up a lot of options.
Yes, we'll probably be seeing some early Rona calls. Maybe some Mason action. And there's the guard.
Speaking of Mason, there's the
Nope,
guard.
there he goes. Bye, Mason.
Right, passing it back to Megane. What is good about William as being the great one that you do ride into is the fact that he calls himself out to soul the moment he's rode upon. And there's the Dudley Davy. Oh, putting the deck back down. But yeah, Dudley Davy, the usual target is the Dudley Daisy, which then gets you any grade 3 that you want. Namely the Lucifer to get you that counter charge back in the Soul Blast cost. But
Yep.
with Dudley William as well, maybe it's not the Lucifer, since Soul will be an issue after William gets pushed out.
I agree. We'll see kind of what the search will be here in a second. I am excited to see these grade 3s come out, as it's what makes the Spike Brothers deck the strongest.
Yeah, being able to just kind of, how do we say, skip a turn and start like presenting the grade 3s to your opponent, forcing them to start guarding a bit harder than normal. That is the Spike Brothers gameplay.
Have you ever thought about Maximus in decks like this, like having that extra? Because he on plays gets an extra 10k too. You get to beat early with a 23k beater.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then like if that Maximus is able to like survive as well, boom, that's another Maximus coming out the next turn. It's a very good way of just like applying on the pressure. One of the issues I had with considering Maximus in this deck is the moment you have an Emperor on board, that Maximus is never going to be able to like resolve its skill to go back and call a new one out, since it will be sent back to the deck. But I wonder if the early game applications are enough to ignore that drawback.
I agree. I do wonder. Another thing, like I mentioned before, the Megami wasn't running the Rising Nova combination here, not getting that double Force 1, Force 2. Do you think, as a Dudley Emperor deck, do you need that pressure of having the double markers?
I think having the double markers is very much you're never going to be sad about it. And I guess in the topic of markers, it's been a debate, but what kind of force do you think Dudley should be running?
Honestly, it depends on how much power they can gain without needing the Force 1. So if they can gain like a ton of extra power, like 10k, 15, whatever they can do, I think going Force 2 is not bad, because you do multi-attack with between Dudleys and Lucifers. You can multi-attack a couple times, and then you can just have every single attack be a Force 2 attack, and everything is deadly, and you can just keep swinging for 23, 13, whatever the numbers are, and you can just kind of push your opponent, asking them, hey, do you really want to take 3 hits today?
Yeah. Let me set the stage. Let's say that we do go into the Force 2. Let's say we do have that Dudley Emperor on our Vanguard circle. Then everything is attacking at plus 5k. Let's say we have another Dudley Emperor on our rear guard. Everything's all of a sudden plus 10k. let's say that we also have Dudley William in our back row, being able to shuffle those force markers, that force 2, off to another unit, who's also boosted by Dudley William, to then push it back to the other unit, who's then able to, then we can go into Dudley Emperor, call 2 more units. So like, it's something that I've been considering, that if you're not able to get the rewrite into another copy of Dudley Emperor, maybe just getting that force 2 and just aggressing really hard with multiple force Dudley Emperors on the board might be a interesting way to play the deck.
I agree because you're constantly forcing your opponent to have to guard versus just choosing to take a hit, but having to take 2 hits. And I do agree with you. It's a good point. The attack, the numbers do stack with the Dudley Emperors on Vanguard and Rearguard Circle, so you can instantly kind of gain the force numbers kind of in quotations. They're just gaining the extra 10k without actually playing the force 1 marker.
And speaking of Dudley Emperor, we do see the superior call off of Dudley Daisy into the Emperor. So, for those who don't know, Dudley Daisy is able to superior call a grade 3 and will also get that William called out of Soul. So, now that Dudley Emperor is on the back row, not even the front row. Oh, and then we swap it. Now that Dudley Emperor is on the rearguard circle, everything will be attacking. All your rear guards will be attacking at plus 5k. So even if your opponent had that Heal Guardian, I think a lot of these attacks, bar the Vanguard swing, which we will swing with first, kind of playing around that Heal Guardian play, will still hit.
That is true. And then they go to the bottom of the deck at the end of turn if you do give the 5k. So that'll be interesting to see. Creating a board and then deleting the board and just bring it back again at a turn.
I think that is like something very nice about the Dudley engine, is that these cards need them to be called from the deck, and through Dudley Emperor, you're able to ensure that they get sent back to deck to be able to be called again. I love the aspect of it. It's like changing your team up in football. You put them on the bench, you pull them out again, you put them back into the bench.
Yup, that is actually a very true aspect. If there's anything about spikes that's fun, is the fact that it really does feel like you're playing with your teammates and then constantly swapping them in and out and passing the football with their force markers. And it's just a very unique mechanic and it's kind of fun. It actually feels like you're essentially playing a game, but like a sporty type of game in a card game.
Yeah. So off of this turn, Megane was able to push Nick 2-3 damage. What's important to note, though, that we weren't able to really clear the rear guards.
Yes, which means we'll be seeing a lot of retiring and recalling here coming up.
Yeah, that's a lot of board plussing being able to this is able to turn into tempo as you're able to turn that trigger, turn those plant tokens into better units. We also have the Soul in the front row as well, which means that a lot of your effects will be live, especially with Soul in the front and Vera in the front.
You see that the Force 2 was put under the Vanguard specifically here.
Yeah. So unfortunately, because Vera does ask for your opponent to be on grade 3 or greater, we are unable to do that, like that cute little front trigger to everything when you give power to Vera. But nonetheless, now that we already have a Sol on board, if we're able to keep the Sol on board, we would not complain at all. So it looks like we're going to use Vera's skill here to retire 2 rear guards and off the top of our deck call 2 new ones. And then if we were to call 2 musketeers, we would gain a drive.
And a drive is perfect in a deck like this, so we won't be seeing the second half of it quite yet, but you're still having the extra drive just to get a more just crit pressure, trigger pressure in general is always good, especially since everything gains numbers anyway.
And let's not forget, as a throwback to the Legion, to the Legion mechanic, Vera is able to send any unit back to your deck as well while doing its effect. So all those crits that you called early, all those heal triggers that you called early, if you do need heals back in your deck, Vera is able to get you there.
I actually did not know that. That's actually very interesting. You can just, because the deck actually filters a little bit, and then you're also putting triggers back in. That's really cool. I like that.
one of the coolest plays you can do with Saul actually is if you were to use one of the musketeers that would counterblast, so to say, or even Saul itself, you can call the heal trigger off of Saul, which is a 10k base body, counterblast one to activate the heal trigger, and then basically heal off that counterblast you just did. Now you have that
Wow.
heal trigger on board that you're able to retire with Vera, send it back to deck as well, and basically you're able to keep a very nice supply of triggers in your deck.
Wow, it's like a little angel feather mechanic in a Neo Nectar deck. That's very unique and actually sounds like a really fun tactic. I like that.
Oh, and this is, in my opinion, a mandatory critical trigger in Neo Nectar. You have to play the spicy crit. Otherwise, why even play the crit?
Well, in this situation, you want to push as far as possible anyway, because the doubly turn is going to be very aggressive. So the more Nick can push here, the better it'll be for them.
Yeah, so because this crit was called off of Saul, the crit effect is active. And assuming that Nick did put all the effects onto Vera here, we're looking at 18, 28, 28k 3 crit because of our Force 2 to the opponent's Vanguard. Do we have the Heal Guardian? Or are we
Or perfect
taking the
guard?
risk? Yeah, because let's not forget, this is 3 drives. All we need is one more crit, and that could spell game for us.
Yeah, that's pretty spooky. And then honestly, like Spike Brothers doesn't care about the counterblast too much because they countercharge it back anyway. So you can actually push this deck as far as possible without worrying about having any counterblast denial here.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. Yep, just the fact that all the superior calls, like through Daisy, everything plays off of one counterblast. That one extra counterblast can just be used for another superior call. But like I said, the Davy called Daisy, called Lucifer, that's a one counterblast play that does refund you that counterblast to get you those 3 cards on board.
Do wonder how Megan is going to guard here, because this is spooky territory here. We're talking about almost lethal guard.
Oh,
And
and
they
it is a no guard. We do find a
the
heal
heal.
trigger, giving the power to the Saul on the right, making that Saul on the left only a 10k attacker. Going to go ahead and read the effects, and boom! There is the crit trigger.
That is a crit.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. 1.
There's the
draw. There's another
2.
draw.
Oh.
Hopefully we didn't draw our heal triggers. 5.
That's a crit. What was the last card?
6.
Wow, seeing 5 defenses like that. Wow, what a game.
Unable to get the heal, but yeah, what a game. Like, if there was any game to showcase the power of Musketeers, it would be this game here with Neck N being able to use Saul to call off that crit to give the crit to the Vanguard, and we already have Force 2, so our Vanguard is already plus crit. Then let's not forget the triple drive.
That was so smart, putting that Force 2 on the Vanguard like that, pretty much instantly, right off the bat, just giving that like hard pressure, and just going from pretty much almost lethal zone to lethal, just ending the game right there, not even giving a chance for Meganet to ride up essentially, and even have like a multi-attack engine going there. Very fun stuff. I was not expecting that. Normally, Neo Nectar is known to be very pressure because they just have a lot of rear guards and vanguards that gain either crits or power or something, and they're usually lethal blows. They can easily swing for 3 crit, 2 crit, 4 crit, and you had to ask your opponent, do you have a perfect guard for this? Are you able to guard this very lethal attack? And if you don't, you're gone.
Yeah, and that's almost the same as we saw today in this last game. Just being able to 4 damage 1 turn, and that's pretty much it. And like, not to discredit Megane at all. Megane's like grade 2 turn, going into the grade turn, being able to aggress that hard, being able to bait that heal guardian out, and still able to actually hit some numbers, because we've got like the Daisy boosted by the William there that also gains the 5k because of that Dudley Emperor on the rear.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, wasn't able to get the yellow cards needed to put the pressure back onto Nick, but
Got the yellow
Still
cards
put it-
defensively.
yeah, we did get the yellow cards defensively, but unfortunately not the ones we were looking to see. Now, the sad part is what I do think I saw was a heal trigger drawn off one of the draw triggers.
Oh, really?
I did see a heal trigger in hand, and that is so sad to think about. But he did play a fierce game. We also saw
Yes.
that he was just unable to guard the attack. So at that point, the play is to take it and pray that your opponent doesn't get the crit.
Yes, I completely agree. Honestly, they did play it out to their best, and there's only so much you can do. If you don't have the shield, you don't have the shield. And that early on, there's only so much shield you can gather. And another thing something I noticed in the turn 1 when Mega Man was guarding, I noticed those draws. And if you know something about spikes, they really need that draw engine, and having to draw into those draws that early was already kind of setting our player back a little bit, because you want to see those offensively as much as possible to get that hand advantage to kind of just secure kills a little bit better. I saw the draws when they guarded. I was like, oh, well, hopefully we'll see something else here, because that is a little unfortunate. They are 5Ks and all, but they do help the deck push just a little bit better. Sometimes I know some spike players that run war draw, then they run crit actually, because their Vanguard will be gaining crits, just off of the Force 1, Force 2 approach. So sometimes you don't even need the extra crits. You just want to see draw, so you can see your Dudleys as fast as possible, see your multi-attack engine, start going in, counter blasting, calling stuff, get your grade 3, start smacking face. You need that more sometimes than the crits. So it was a very, very, very fun match.
Yeah, like you summed it up perfectly. All in all, it was an unfortunate event to have to just like deal with the low shield value, but that is the out that you play to. So despite being on grade 2 and losing, that was the winning play, and you can definitely not discredit that.
Yeah, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah,
I would have been like, come here.
Yeah, come here. No guard. I have a crit. No guard. But that being said, I do believe round 2 has wrapped up, and we are ready to take a look at the top 16 for the BRO 2021 V Premium. Give me the standings. Starting us off at rank 1 is Noided, and 2 is a familiar name to the Dimension Police fanboys in Danimus. I wonder if Danimus is also bringing Dimension Police this time around as well. Rank 3, we have Blyken. 4, God's Mando. 5 is Shidis. 6 is Luke. 7 is Yellow. I believe that is a name that we all know. And 8 is Demios. I'm not yellow, you're orange. So orange, go ahead and give me 9 to 16.
Yes, I also actually know Yellow, so I'm really excited to see them in the tops. But also we do have in the 9th place, we got 984 Smurf, a pretty popular name. We've seen them before. And then we have 10 is Zanist. Wow. 11, we got Immortalized 3D. 12th, we got Braceland. 13th, we got Gold Member. We got Rain in 14th. Fried Steaks. Fried Steaks. 15th. And 16th, we got Dante.
Featuring Dante. V Premium BRO featuring Dante.
That would be really exciting to see. We were talking about Lucifer earlier, now we got Dante in here too.
Alright, we got the entire crew up in here. Alright, but yeah, going into round 3, that's the top 16 to beat. So if you're sitting on the X1, you still have a chance, because it's so easy to slide into the top 16 in these early stages of the game where there are so many 2-0s, so many X1s. So don't fret, you might be up there soon. But that's enough from us. We're going to give you guys a short break from our lovely voices, get the players ready for round 3, get the judges ready for round 3, and we will see you soon.
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling. Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hissatsu Namikasane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, the smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your vein.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it. such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your event.
He sucks, eh?
And we are back, and what a match for round 2. Philip,
Oh,
I know you love Spike Brothers. Go off.
I love Spike Brothers. So I was sitting on the edge of my seat watching that game because I saw Dudley's. I'm like, oh, this is going to be fun. I know what this deck is capable of. Emperor was a very good. And looking through this list, it is what it is. It is streamlined to do one thing and one thing only. Get Emperors on the board, get multi-attack, put them all to the bottom of the deck. You guys said it beautifully. It does really play like actual sport, like you're actually playing with your teammates, putting them in, putting them out, sub in, sub out. And the deck is just overall a beaut. A couple of things to add to it, like the addition of Rona. Get your Emperor on the board on the rear guard. The addition of Dexter, same thing. Get an Emperor and maybe a Lucifer. That way Dexter is basically a free, here's 2 cards on the board for the price of 1. No CB needed. It is just a very good streamlined deck, and you got the grade 1 Dudley William there for moving force markers when you need them. Just make that pressure even greater. A card, however, I do always take in some of my Spy Brother decks that I'm kind of missing here, and that is Wonder Boy. Like it's a very simple card, but it does return cards from the drop zone back to the deck. It is a form of Soul Charge. It is a 13k. It just has so much great utility. And when I say returns cards to the drop zone, you can return your Dudleys back. You can turn your Emperors that you either hit damage, or you had to guard with them, or any other pieces you would need. But it can also return triggers. And returning triggers back to deck is never bad. Overall, like I can go on and on about this deck, but as you saw in the match, unfortunately, we didn't get to see the full potential. And that's just the name of the game. Not enough shielding hand, and your opponent kind of saw the opportunity. How many cards in hand? Or, let me go force 2. I have triple drive. I hit a critical off of Saul.
Mm-hmm.
We can just end it here.
Yeah, we're going in. And we did see glimpses of Dudley Emperor's like potential. Just the fact that like having Dudley Emperor on the rear guard, and we did see it in this game, being able to swing over that Heal Guardian's defensive power because of that 5k buff on the rear guard. Like, let's imagine if we were able to get into the Dudley Emperor, if we were able to get multiple Emperors on the board, that's a lot of power being distributed.
Yeah, we've only seen the potential of his second ability, and that's a Vanguard Rearguard ability. We never saw the first one. For the people that know, the first ability of Dudley Emperor is when this unit is placed on Vanguard or is rode upon, you can cannibalize one, search your deck for up to 1 grade 2 or greater card with Dudley in its card name, call the rearguard, shuffle your deck, and then choose one of your Vanguards against 10k.
Yeah, and let's not forget about what I said. Davey, Daisy,
exactly.
Lucifer.
Exactly, that is the exact play. You CB1, you get Davey. Davey CB's 1. It's a hefty price, but it's worth it. It gets Daisy. Daisy then does her thing and gets Lucifer or another Emperor, depending on the situation. Lucifer would probably be the choice to kind of go, hey, I already CB2 this turn. Let me just say I CB'd 1. And Soul Blasted 1 instead of CB2. But I can see both. Like, I can see another Emperor and now, like, hey, swing. Here's an extra 10k, it'll go to the bottom. Swing, here's an extra 10k, it'll go to the bottom.
Now,
and the implication
in this game,
the implication of the first ability on top of it also triggering on ride. Just imagine the beauty of riding an Emperor on top of an Emperor and having enough CB. That is what the implication of having enough CB. That is. So,
yeah, exactly.
ride, here's a board.
I like that. Being able to, like, let's say if you had Emperor on board and you happen to get aggressed so hard that you had to guard with everything that you had in your hand. Off the top of your deck, it's another Emperor. Out of thin air, you have a board again.
Yep.
Like, I think that there's so much potential there. And once Emperor Reverse comes out, it only gets better.
there is one card that you guys kind of didn't give full credit to, and that is Mason. Now, Mason might have that on-hit ability that's kind of but even that is putting on pressure. That is basically telling your opponent, hey, I know you don't want to take this hit, but here's more incentive why you don't want to take this hit. But the reason I love Mason even more is his second ability. Like, the first ability is nice and all. Mason's probably ran because of his second ability. Being able to go, hey, I know this is a Dudley deck, but let's pretend we're both Spike.
You know what? I definitely did not give the credit to Mason as you have. Being able to do that force shuffling is very underappreciated. Like I said in my initial thoughts about the deck, being able to use William to move a force 2 or a force 1 through your board, that just kind of doubles, triples the amount of forces you have in a turn. If you're able to turn one force marker into 3 force markers by just moving around the board, that is an accelerated game state. And I think I do have to apologize to all the Dudley enthusiasts there. Mason's a pretty cool card, and I think there's a lot to explore with Mason.
Now, we've been talking a lot about the Dudleys and the Spike, but that Neonectar deck was also very, very beautiful. I've had a chance of actually piloting something similar, and I know the potential of the cards. One of the things that Neonectar and V has always done that has been just very strong is said, I'm going to make a board, and I'm going to keep my hand. And your opponent just looks at you, wait, is that even possible?
Yeah, and we actually saw that here in this game. We were able to call units that just called more plant tokens, and these plant tokens just being 5k bodies. Boom, we're going to go ahead and convert those into even better bodies off the top of our decks. At the same time we're doing this, we're filtering our decks. If we wanted to, we could activate trigger effects, as we did see in this game. Boom, call Saul, crit trigger, Vanguard. Next turn, Vera, call Saul, boom, crit trigger, Vanguard.
The deck is very beautiful, and we've seen the potential of Vera and Saul, and they're basically the Legion. They're meant to be together. One gets the other. But another Legion actually that we had in the deck we didn't get a chance to see, which I honestly think is a very beautiful addition to the deck, is the combination of Martina and Torre.
Yeah.
Those two are very simple cards, but they do a lot, especially Martina. If you can manage to find her off of Saul, off of Vera, off of any ability that searches out, she comes to the board as a 18k double critical. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Absolutely, that's almost backbreaking sometimes. If you're able to boost it as well, your opponent's looking at if you're able to boost it, your opponent's looking at 31k. If you're able to have the Padmini, you manage to get all the proper rights. You got the 2 plant tokens as well. Padmini boost Martina, 31k, 2 crit at your opponent's Vanguard. Do you have the Heal Guardian? And I think what we're seeing a lot today, and what we expect to see a lot today, will be, do you have it?
Yes. A Heal Guardian helped Neonectar in that turn to stop the Spikebrother onslaught. A Heal Guardian could have helped the Spikebrother player stop the double critical. Imagine just throwing down that Heal Guardian and saying, this attack that I already know is going to be critical, is going to be only 1 damage. It could have changed the game. It's just seeing it. That is the name of the game still, is trying to draw in, shuffle in, random. You don't have many searchers. You could have called the Acrobat Verity and searched out a Heal Guardian if you saw it, but then you're taking a heal out of your deck. It's one of those things prepping in advance and giving yourself fail-safes, but also taking away some potential out of threat or heal or defense or just, survivability.
Mm-hmm. Now, what we did see in this match was a force versus force game. Now, this is a topic that you like to talk about, and let's bring it up. So, in V, there's something what we like to call the rock, paper, scissors triangle. Initially, when the game was designed, Force was supposed to beat out Axel, which was supposed to beat out Protect, which was supposed to beat out Force. Philip, take the stage here.
Yes, thank you. You said it beautifully. It is basically a triangle rock, paper, scissors scenario whenever they first came out. Because it was the concept of a force marker is giving a unit power. A lot of power at that. 10k is not nothing to sneeze at. Excel is making more rear guards, and they were mostly being the decks that provided multi-attack. And then Protect had that Sentinel that just said, hey, I don't care what your number is, you're not going through. And we can start seeing here why the triangle is here, because Force clients would look at Excel and go, well, you don't have shield potential that, you could. You're wasting so many units in your hand to put them on those extra rear guards. Let me hit you with big numbers that you can't guard. Excel said that to Protect, hey, I see that Protect marker. You might be able to use that against a Force clan that has big numbers, but against multi-pokes, you're wasting cards out of hand. And I just mentioned Protect. Hey, I see that big number. I'll raise you a no pass, or nullify in this case. However, and I'll let you talk about this a little bit. It changed a little bit into the other direction with set 2 markers.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, Force 2, Protect 2, Axel 2. So I think we'll start with Axel 2. So once like the part 2 of Imaginary Gifts came out, Axel 2 was basically kind of the mainstay for a lot of Axel clans to go towards. Being able to refund the ride is basically what I would call, because when you ride into a Vanguard, it is effectively a -1. Protect and Axel refund the ride. They're able to get a card back, protecting the Sentinel, Axel in drawing off the top of the card when you go to Axel 2. Because of this, it became easier with how much times you rewrite in an Axel deck. Like, let's think about Narukami, let's think about Murakumo Yasue. That's a lot of rewrites in a turn. That's a lot of top deck drawing. And like, let's bring up like the obvious example in Spectral Duke alongside Percival. That deck being able to generate Axel markers in the middle of the turn as well, being able to get that extra draw. All of a sudden, we're able to guard these Force attacks. Now, bring it back to the other side, Force 2. If we're able to generate a lot of Force 2s, that one Protect marker, sure, it can block one base 2 crit attack. Can it block the other 2? And then as the game has evolved, even Force decks have been getting multi-attack. So you have that nice, cute Protect marker in your hand. Can that one Protect marker block 5 base 2 crit attacks? Then, lastly, Protect 2. Being able to give your units on it not only an extra 5k on intercept, but an extra 5k period. All of a sudden, that's an extra card in hand that you have. Typically, like 10k, maybe 15k, depending on what deck you're playing, able to like just mass generate these Protect markers. Being able to just push that into the Guardian Circle and say, hey, I'm a bit bigger now. Especially into like the Axel decks that just attack many times. That just counts as an extra card in hand that you can guard with. That's just on the board for the time being.
Now there is one thing about both versions of both markers in all 3 variants, and that is that there is a little bit of favorability in some. Excel is probably one of the best examples. Most Excel decks will probably want to go Excel 2 over Excel 1. With Force, it depends on the deck style, and with Protect, it also depends on that style, and I want to touch on that. There's so many good examples in all clans, and even for Excel as well, where it's almost, what marker you want to go into. Depending on your opponent, that might change, but for the 90% of the times, what markers your go-to. A good example is, let's say, first Protect. Grand Blue Night Rose. Protect 2 looks fun, but how many times are you actually going to be able to pull it off? Because the second something swings, Night Rose is going to say, all right, put it to drop. So that Protect 2 is just sitting there doing, unfortunately, absolutely nothing. Protect 1 is going to be favored. And then you go into something like Angel Feather, the Celestial build, Malekith, where Protect 2, yes, please, put it right there.
Yeah. What's cool about that, you bring up Grand Blue as well, and like the Protect 1, Protect 2 disparity, is Grand Blue at the moment has the benefit of choosing whether to ride into Beatrice or Night Rose, both very strong grade 3 boss units in themselves. In certain matchups, like let's talk about Beatrice, let's talk about Grand Blue into Angel Feathers. When you think about Angel Feathers, one of like the major red lights to go off in your head is Hamiel, a card that's able to gain that extra crit, that extra power, and the ability to block Sentinels. Now, Protect marker is a Sentinel. So a lot of times this Protect marker is just being used on like your Vanguard attack. But Beatrice has very strong defensive capabilities. So playing Grand Blue, if you see that you're up against an Angel Feather player, you get that Protect 2. You're able to intercept with Ghosties already, which intercept for larger already. With the Protect 2, just really good into certain matchups with that Sentinel Restrict, like I said in the Hamio. Like, what's your thoughts on like the benefits of some decks being able to choose between Protect 1, Protect 2, Force 2, Force 1?
Let's get the outlier immediately out of this discussion and say Rising Nova don't care.
Rising Nova don't care. Force 1, Force 2, want it all. I'm the team captain. Yes. I want MVP. I want Force 1. I want Force 2. Give it to me.
A good example, in my opinion, I've been talked about this opinion a couple of times, but in my opinion, a good example of kind of gauging the situation by the time you get to your grade 3 is Hari. Because Hari has that, especially in V, has that whole gimmick of making a stage, putting Excel markers on top of each other like they're Force, trying to get Starry Pop to a certain number with your Magia Rearguard, all that. And while you can go Excel 2 because you're making multiple Excel markers, you're going to probably multiple draws, you're not getting as much power on that stage to get Starry Pop to the necessary number. On the other hand, if you went Excel 1, you're definitely going to get to that number faster and do Starry Pop and, finish out the game faster if you, put pressure. And it really does come down to situational. You look at your opponent. Are they behind? Can I push faster? Do I need to build more hand? And it comes down to, how is my opponent playing? How is my deck treating me? If I'm not seeing enough Magia to put on the board, I'm probably not going to go Excel 1 just yet. I'm probably going to try to draw. Or might even go Excel 1 because I'm not seeing Magia. It is one of those, what is your priority? What do you want? Another deck that comes to mind is Deep Police is also a good example. I know Deep Police players that like to go Force 1 because they think, okay, I need that power. And I got Deep Police players that want to go Force 2 because, I can get to that power easily.
Yeah. And like, sometimes you'll even see like a bunch of Force 2 stacked on the Vanguard circle because like, even though the Force 2 being stacked is wasted because of how much force the deck generates, but at the same time, how much power the deck generates already, that one Force 2 is probably worth more than 3 Force 1s, especially when you have it coupled with like Die Kaiser, Die Liner already gaining that 20k and a crit for like also plussing. Then you have Restance through Brad Black. Things like that. Like if you're able to like accommodate one facet of like the Force side or like one facet of like the Imaginary Gift, then you can go the other Imaginary Gift route for like no drawback at all.
See, you brought something very, very interesting up, and that is the fact that some decks don't even have a choice in what marker they need to go to because they're kind of streamlined into it. A good example is, correct me if I'm wrong, a good example in V is Luard. The amount of Force markers you can generate, it almost seems wasteful to go into Force 2. I can see the potential, but the amount of Force markers you're going to make in that deck, if Force 1 just makes more sense.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. I think like very niche situations where you would go into Force 2, like maybe if your opponent was already at 4 damage and you happen to go first, you're able to go into that Drag Driver, gain that extra Force 2 to your side column. And this is like before that Drag Driver already gives your grade 1's base 2 crit. Now, mind you, it's not +1 crit, it's base 2 crit. So that already negates the Force 2. But with how big Drag Driver gets regardless, that might just be enough to just win the game instantly.
I just remembered a perfect example of a deck that can choose when to go Force 1 or Force 2. Valkyrion.
Exactly. Yeah, Valkyrion as well.
That is literally a deck that goes, do I want a 70k double swinger, double critical, or do I want 3 swingers that are all 70k, but only 1 damage?
But you're playing
And-
12 crits, so you're gonna find that crit. You're gonna give that boy big. You're gonna give that boy a lot of yellow stars.
But to bring back point of almost some decks are streamlined into the markers they choose is Malekith that was previously mentioned, especially with the new version of Malekith. There is no point of running. If you're running both versions of Malekith and you're making that deck the way it wants to be built, you're not going in for anything else but Protect 2.
Yeah. And I think I'm actually happy for the existence of Malekith, because before Malekith's like existence, very, very few decks would go Protect 2. Most of the time, you'd rather have that like security of that Protect 1, that you're able to use that Protect 1 on like your on the opponent's Vanguard attack, than with like the hand that you like amass through like your rear guards, like going back to the Grand Blue example, because Grand Blue is probably like one of the best Protect decks in the game at the moment. You got your Stormrights to draw you back a card. You got calling the Stormright out through Night Rose to draw you back another card, because not limited to once per turn. Go ahead and draw as many cards as you want. You're able to then use that to guard Axel decks, but then you also have the PG for the Vanguard attack. And having... Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay,
I was just going to mention some memory lane with a deck that definitely just goes Protect 1, because our current mechanic just says, yeah, go, go, go. You remember Coco?
Oh yeah, we remember Coco. How are you going to be discarding Protect markers on the board? You got to discard it from your hand. Therefore, that deck is shoehorned into Protect 1. Now, speaking of Coco, I'm very excited for Witches in Clan Clash in 3 and 4.
Yes. The implications are endless.
Yeah, like already, like I've been seeing with the introduction of Grade 3 Heal Gardens as well, one of the cards that has been popping up is Celestial Witch Popo, which says that your opponent can only guard with like grade 0s, I believe. And basically, yeah, when your deck is like 10 or less, your opponent can only guard with grade 0s. And then because your opponent will then have 12 less grade 0s to guard with, it's harder to guard her.
Yes. You reminded me of that was one of the reasons why in early V, Zambaku and the other dueling dragon were very...
Okay, yeah, I forget.
Yeah, but basically his whole shtick was, hey, I have this arrestor on my board. You have to guard with 0s. And it doesn't sound much, but you start realizing, I'm running out of 0s. I can't guard this anymore. And I hope someone thought like 3 steps ahead for this tournament and was like, hey, people are going to run Heal Guardians. Maybe I should run Dueling Dragons and just say, hey, guard with 0s. Let's see how many you got.
That'd be an interesting thing to see, and I wonder if we're going to see it in the next match, because Deck 1 is ready. Let's take a look at Deck 1 for us.
Yes.
As we are entering round 3, we finally get a look at some Revenger gameplay. Kalen C bringing Revengers and Shadow Paladin. Give me your initial thoughts on this one, Philip.
I have never seen this deck in action. This is going to be great. I know all the cards. I know exactly what they do. I've seen Mordred more of times capable of. I see Bende over there, I believe. Like, I see some good cards. The inclusion of Phantom Blaster Dragon is very nifty, especially the serial number 1. But I want to see how Raging Form works in this build. Because the fact of the matter stands, this version in V can get something, not only ride himself, but also ride Mordred.
And one of the things I do want to mention here in Kalen's decklist is the lack of Navane. Now, I do want to mention that, like, we have the Bendy, we have the Blaster Dark, but we don't have the Navane or the Dump Hood to try and get the superior ride engine off. Like, we do have the Bendy, but we don't have, like, the Navane to, like, guarantee the search. We don't have it to guarantee the Dump Hood, which will guarantee the Blaster Darks. So, when I've played Revengers, one of the strongest things this deck was able to do was when you go first, if you open a Navane, you will get to grade 3 when your opponent is grade 1, I believe. Being able to get that superior right off, getting that first force marker so quickly, getting that twin drive off, especially with the fact that the Vayne is a +1 to board. This deck, that engine does it all, and being able to play that engine in something like Blaster Dark with Mordred Revenger just helps to accumulate the hand you need for all the Raging Form Dragon costs.
I completely agree. Like, I'm looking at this list and I'm noticing some interesting tech options. For one, we're only running one Brenwyn, which I guess you really don't need a grade 3 searcher that much. But the interesting tech option that I haven't seen in a while in Shadow Paladins is granted, they are Revengers, so that makes sense, but the inclusion of Dorant and Claudus. Like the combo of, you don't see those played, but because we have Raging Form and they are Revengers, I can see more reasoning now. Overall, I'm very intrigued at this overall deck list.
And I wonder if just having that increased Revenger name just increases the consistency. Because a card that I do want to point out is that grade 1 in Rinnal. We saw this a lot in V Premium. We saw this a lot in Premium when we were looking at a lot of like the Narukami decks in the existence of Eradicator, Demolition Dragon, just being a card that's able to just sit on the board and apply on-hit pressure turn after turn after turn. Like, this is Rinnal here. When the battle he hits, you're able to get that +1 from deck. He doesn't disappear. He's still here. Next turn, you're looking at Rinnal again. You get that ride skip with Bendy on the Phantom Blaster Dragon. You boosted by the Rinnal. Boom, that's an on-hit with Twin Drive. Next turn, go into Raging Form. Get that extra force marker. Boom, that's another on-hit with Twin Drive. This happens until we get rid of the Rinnal.
Man, I do really want to see this jump ride happen, but we gotta see first the opponent. Like, what is Raging Form face? What is the actual threat? What are we trying to beat? Oh, I know, a Prism. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Now,
you guys saw round 1 a Prism deck that was more of a Highlander. What I'm seeing here is a more traditional. What is your opinions on it?
Yeah, very streamlined, very streamlined. We do see, like, basically, like I said before, 4-4-4, 4-4, 4-4-4, then tech slots. The tech slots here is obviously the grade 1 PG, being able to filter, but one card that is missing here that might be crucial to the Prism game plan is that countercharger in Spiana.
Agreed. Like, overall, this list, one of the biggest things that every Bermuda Triangle deck has access to, that honestly makes them threatening even in the grade 2 game, is that combo of Aqua and Lisala. It doesn't sound much, but those two play off of each other in the grade 2 game so well and just provide so much value for the deck that by the time you get to your grade 3 turn, you kind of got that extra step in front of your opponent. And a tech option I do like, I don't know if it's a staple in Prism decks, I haven't been there much, but is the introduction of Radka. You know Radka?
Oh yeah, we do know Radka has the fact that when on the Vanguard has an on-hit ability to draw 1, but also the ability to just like cycle herself out for a better option. What's your take? What's your take on like just the ability to cycle a card out for a better option?
Try to find all your pieces. Like in this deck, I'm pretty sure, yes, you want to see your prisms. It's going to be easy to probably bind them. You got your necessary cards to do that. But it's seeing boosters. Like we talked about this, or you guys talked about it, with the first matchup and the Highlander build with Pearl Sisters. We don't have Pearl Sisters here, which means our first 2 swings need some extra help to get that oomph, which means we're going to need some extra better boosters, rear guards on, like seeing Aqua, seeing Lisala, seeing the necessary cards that when we bounce them back to hand and go into our Prism cards, we're, well, how to say this? We feel better about ourselves.
All right, so round 1, we did see Prism with that Highlander Spice. Going into round 3, we will see a more pure version of Prism. But let's see which one is better as we get into round 3 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Let's Vanguard.
Let the match begin.
On the left here, we have Kalen piloting Shadow Paladin, the Revengers, and the Raging Form Dragon on the right, Hikawa Skies, playing Bermuda Triangle.
Now, Callis is going first, which means he's going to have that advantage of getting to his grade 3. And we touched upon this, but, you know, in V, it was always the advantage to kind of go first.
Mm-hmm. Now, the advantage of going second for Hikawa is we do know that Hikawa does play the Radka. Unfortunately, does not ride into it, so we don't have that Vanguard on-hit pressure. But if we were able to ride onto it, we have that first swing, we have that first grade 1, riding into the Radka, getting that extra draw. Even that is like a nice boost to go second.
Agreed, but look at here. We got Sedna. We're going second. We're going to get a quick shield, and if we can find a grade 3, we know our ditch target. It seems as though, unfortunately, we did not see any qualifying grade 3s.
All right. So one of the big grade 3s do pick up off of Sedna is the Heal Guardian. Unfortunately, haven't been able to find that. Going into Kalen C's turn after Hikawa Sky chooses to attack here, maybe call some more things down, maybe do some more filtering, calls down the clear to swing. I like this play. Swing over the 18, swing over the 16k here. A lot of times with Vanguard, you can throw down that trigger if you have it in hand for a no pass. Like if you don't need that counterblast, there's no reason to really take it. So throwing down that extra booster, very good to ensure the hit.
I think this is something that Kikawa kind of figured. We're playing against Shadow Paladin. If we see Blaster Dark hit the Vanguard, this is forcing them to use a CB to retire my rearguard so they even get Twin Drive. So it could have been also a prevention play.
Very good point to mention. And speaking of Blaster Dark, there we are. Now, the great thing about riding into, I believe it's Masquerade Revenger here.
Yes.
Is the fact that
away.
He doesn't go away. He doesn't retire himself. On the rear, if you were to like resolve the effect, he would have to retire himself. But because you rode him as a Vanguard, you're not going to retire your Vanguard. You're able to get that free +1.
See, this is where I want to see. Did we see that nifty little grade 1 called Bendy? Are we going to do the thing? Are we going to do the thing?
Unfortunately, I don't think we will be able to do the thing since we do have to have Blaster Dark on our Vanguard, I believe. Therefore, we won't get that ride jump to grade 3 while our opponent is still in grade 1. Get that extra force marker.
You're right.
But
you're right.
Going 13k, that's a no guard. And off the top, we do find a Mordred. Good to have an extra copy of a grade 3 Revenger for our Raging Form plays. Never upset to see an extra copy of a grade 3.
This is
Passing
going
it
to be
on
very
to
interesting turn
Hikawa.
for...
Mhm.
Yes, this is going to be a very interesting turn for him. I looked at a deck list one more time. Outside of the Heal Guardians, we're only running 4 grade 3 Vert. That is our only grade 4. Oh, grade 3, sorry. And we need to find it. It's one of those things like, we really need to find it. Because without it, we're not doing the game plan.
Speaking of some crazy finds, ride into Aqua and we bounce back the clear to get it into the drop zone. And off of the lead lot, we call a copy of Ellie. Now, if you want to talk about on-hit pressure, this is on-hit pressure.
Opting to guard... So we did have the Bendy. We just didn't get into the Blaster Dark, which is unfortunate. But opting to guard the Liz-a-Lot, and then we're taking the Aqua, and we're hitting a draw. Very nice. This is not only going to the draw trigger is not only going to guarantee an extra card in hand, but hey, let's go search an Ellie. Let's get a guaranteed 20k shield in it.
Yeah, sometimes if you don't have the guard, you don't have the guard. Like, because that's a 23k column. That's nothing to scoff at. When you're only sitting at a 10k, even slapping down that one trigger, that's still a 1-2 pass. And you need every little bit of help you need in this matchup. So even sometimes maybe opting to keep that one card in hand to give your opponent one card in hand might be enough.
Ooh, fun fact. If we had a Heal Guardian here, we could have just said, hey, -2 crit and not taken any damage. But even if we put our opponent as 0 or 0 critical, the attack technically still hits if we don't guard.
Correct. So most times, yeah, with that Heal Guardian, I do opt to give like the Vanguard 10k. But here comes Mordred, here comes Blaster Dark, going to go ahead and retire the Lieselot and gain a free force marker. What the common line of play here to do with Mordred Phantom and Blaster Dark is like at this turn, you're looking to call as many Blaster Darks as you can. Like call over with like the Revenger, Masquerade Grade 1, call it over, put it back into Soul, call another Blaster Dark, gain that extra force marker. This Grade 3 turn when you're on Mordred Phantom, you're looking to get a lot of force markers for your next turns.
What I'm seeing in the situation right now, the way it's playing out, my biggest guess is the fact that we only seen one Blaster Dark in our early game, and we didn't want to ride it. We probably had Bendy and him, but what was our game plan after that? Now, if we did draw into the Blaster Dark later, cool. We're getting our force markers, but this is a very, very, I don't want to say weak turn. It's still strong. We got 2 force markers on the board. We put some pressure. We got a critical, but there could have been more done, possibly.
Cannot help but agree here. But passing it over to Hiko's guys, we do find that Vert, as you were kind of foreboding to, being able to get that Vert ride, being able to get that force marker, also having that another copy of Aqua to call down and recycle and also filter the copy of Rosa we have there. Gonna go ahead and use Rosa's skill to find off the top 7. Do we get that +2? 1 to bind, 1 to hand. I do see something in bind. I don't see anything getting added to hand.
It is a bit hard to see, but I believe there might be a copy of Rosa herself. We will see. We'll find out here in a bit once we get to the second part of Vert's ability.
Mm-hmm.
I
Now,
want to say about Rosa, she is
Yeah.
such a double-edged sword in my opinion, because she gets you where you need to be in the sense of cards and bind, cards searched, deck thinning, and all that. But at the same time, it costs a CB. And we talked
Yeah.
about this, how we're not running the counter charger. Using a CB is just saying, all right, I got one less vert potentially.
Mm-hmm. Definitely something to keep in mind of here. But we will use Vert's skill to go ahead and bind a prism name from the drop zone, giving us that effectively a raw +1, as compared to binding it from the board as like a ±0. But
I
yeah,
believe
like
that's a clear that hit Bindzo just now, which means it's a good guess that Rosa was the first one to hit bind.
oh, and we do get that first damage defensive. You always love to see that. Unfortunately, with how strong Aqua is, this is still 23 to 23, still asking for that 5 to guard.
Hey, there's a nice interceptor right there.
That is a nice interceptor. Does not have the name Revenger, so something you don't really want on your RFD turn. Could go ahead and swing
now
with the
comes
bear. The big
Here
swing.
comes the big plussing. 2 cards to hand, 2 cards to board, 1 card to draw from clear, and then I believe triple drive.
And triple drive. There always have a way to just randomly +5 every turn. It'd be this.
6, good sir, 6.
6, yeah, let's not forget the clear also draws 1 without a counterblast. Now, if my assumption is correct, I don't think Hikawa is paying the cost for the Rosa there. And that's smart, because we do need that counterblast for next turn. If we had used that counterblast for the Rosa skill there, it opens up the ability for Kalen to actually do some damage denial.
See, that's a very interesting thing about prisms is once you get to a certain amount of clears and roses in either deck, field, or drop, hand, field, or drop, you kind of start doing this loop. Like, I'm gonna get Rosa and clear on the board. Clear's gonna bind either Rosa or herself from a drop, and then I just need the other one in my drop or on the field, and Vert's gonna do the rest, and I'm just gonna start cycling this loop.
Yeah, but I do want to mention over on Kalen, we were able to get that double defensive, also using that Heal Guardian here. Unfortunately, since we are on grade 3, Nothing doing. Now, what's good to mention is Kalen is now at 4 damage, and at 4 damage, Raging Form Dragon is fully unlocked. Being able to get that superior call from deck, but we don't ride into the Raging Form. We ride into another copy of Mordred here.
Don't sound so disappointed. Mordred is still an amazingly strong card. If we can see more Blaster Darks, that's more force markers. If we can get the necessary units, hey, that's 5 attacks. And if I just look over this deck list one more time, I'm missing a card that I would have loved to run in a Mordred-centric deck. And that is, the name escapes me, but basically it's a grade 1 that says, hey, this unit in front of you stood. Let me Soul Blast one stand itself and give itself 15k.
Ooh, that does play really well into the Mordred line. Name escapes me as well, but I do know what you're talking about. It definitely helps in getting those Blaster Darks into that really critical mass power. Now, off of the Tartu.
Go for it.
Yeah, off of the Tartu, looks like we call the Rhino here, and this is that on-hit pressure that this deck does provide. However, because it was called off of the Tartu, it does not have the longevity on the board that we're looking for, so to say.
You're Shadow Paladin at this point. You see, we'll just state is that you probably know what kind of a pacing prisms have made a name for themselves. What is the game plan? Do you just try to swing in and see where the turn takes you?
At this point, I would probably clear the rear guards for sure. Make them expend a hand to get those rear guards back onto the board. And I think I have to play for heal triggers. I have to play for heal triggers here. That's why Raging Form is actually so good. Being able to rewrite into a new Vanguard to get that extra 2 drive checks just gives you 2 more chances of heal triggers. And Raging Form into Raging Form into Raging Form, 6 chances at heal triggers. Sometimes that is what you need.
Ooh, we see a PBD on the drive check, and a heal trigger just as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Now this just might be very interesting. If we can survive another prison term, I can see going into PBD.
That is spicy. I would be very excited to see us rewrite into PBD. And at the end of the turn here, we do see that the Rhino was retired. I would have probably opted to use the Soul Blast skill here to force Hikawa to retire 1 from board, because every little bit helps. Every little bit of field removal helps, because that is, especially because what was left on the board was grade 1 boosters. So being able to get rid of those, very helpful, especially the Sedna, especially the Radka. Radka being able to convert herself into a new attacker or into like a better grade 1. The Sedna being a 13k booster. Getting that removal just helps.
I just noticed something. I think Kikawa might be on a double timer, if I want to word it that way. We already talked about how CB is very important for Vert. If you don't have CB, you're not doing her full ability, you're not going that extra mile, and we don't have a countercharger. But I'm starting to notice another timer on Prism's side of the board, and that is Soul. I believe we're down to 1 card in Soul. And one of the ways we get to our condition of getting prisons into bind zone is through Vert's Soul Blast to gain a drive.
Mm-hmm. That is why it's like very important to actually find multiple copies of Vert. That way you're able to just be able to rewrite for the soul. Sometimes we might actually be seeing Lieselot push cards into Soul from her ability. Like a lot of the times, Lieselot is always being used to, call from top deck to board. That's a +1 to board. Oh,
there's a defensive trigger.
One of the saddest things I want to mention is the fact that these crit triggers in Kalen's damage zone right now have the Revenger name. Because it has Revenger name, these are valid targets to retire for RFD. And losing 3 of those targets just like this, not exactly something you want to see.
Now we are running 6 Revenger crits, from what I can tell in the deck. Oh, actually, no, we're only running 4 of those. Oh, no. Oh, no.
So, like, 3 of those out already. Our Revenger names are slowly dwindling down, and there's the crit trigger from the Vanguard at our opponent at 4. Do we have the 5th heal? Do we have the 6th? Double crit, and we're not even done our drive checks yet. Giving the power to the rear guards, and their 3rd drive check is not a crit, but 2 heals out. 2 heals left. Can we get the 2 heals that we need here? And unfortunately, we do not get the heal triggers required to get into our next turn. So unfortunately, Kalen was not able to bring it home for the Shadow Paladin boys with his what a beautiful deck, all that max rarity Revenger names. But Hikawa Skies being able to pilot the pure version of Bermuda, the pure version of Prisms to round 4.
Yes. I do want to say, I'm pretty sure Kalen was eagerly waiting for that Revenger reverse to add to his collection, to add to that deck to kind of spice things up. But until then, there's different ways to build Revengers. I did like this concept. Having, of course, Mordred, he's a Revenger name. Having Revenger himself getting more than enough units. Like you said, unfortunately, the criticals hit the damage. Those have been perfect for Raging Form. But I did like the tech option of Bendy and PB, the 1 copy of PBD. Because it's not one of those things like, this is the game plan. No. This is, if I get it, cool. If I don't, cool.
Yeah. Like you said, if I get it, cool. If I don't get it, cool as well. It's just a bit unfortunate on Kalen's side of things. On that grade 3 Mordred turn, especially going into a deck like Prisms, which hits critical mass the moment they hit grade 3, especially going into an opponent's grade 3 as well, getting that extra call to board. And that extra call to board can then get you extra cards in hand through Rosa, through Clear. If you're unable to put out such strong offensive pressure on your first grade 3 turn going into Prisms, you all of a sudden you're fighting an uphill battle. That's
one of the reasons. Like, that is exactly one of the reasons that first grade 3 turn we saw from Kalen's is like, yes, we got a force marker. Yes, we got a blasted dart. But it just felt a bit not enough, especially against that matchup. Like you said, you're playing against Prism. You're basically on a different kind of timer of your own. You know they're gonna get that 5 attacks. They got more than enough card resources to get them there. They're going to draw about 6 cards if they get Clear, which probably they will. They're going to get that triple drive. Like, there's almost no stopping it. There's not something you can do on your... No. I'm going to prevent you from doing this. Maybe damage denied, but how long can you last with that? So it's one of those things like, you got to put on the pressure. And your first grade 3 turn is the most pressurable turn you're going to get. And it just wasn't enough.
And it's just unfortunate that we weren't able to see like the namesake of the deck in Raging Form Dragon. Like, being hit for that 4 damage, as a Revenger player, you're like, yes, I'm getting +2, baby. You're able to ride into the Raging Form Dragon, get that free Revenger onto board. You're able to then sack 3 to go into another Raging Form Dragon. Use a skill to call another Revenger to board. Now that's another 3 Revengers that you can sack off for your 3rd copy of Raging Form Dragon. That is 6 drive checks. That is the hand that you need to get back into the game. And unfortunately, we just weren't able to find it.
But I do want to point out, Hikawa was doing everything beautiful. Playing the Aquas, playing the Lizalets, getting that plus to board, doing the deck justice. One thing I might have changed, depending. Now, granted, he did see the grade 3 vert, sorry. So that wasn't much of a problem. But in a deck like this, I can definitely see a play like this. You ride Clear, or preferably if you can find it and have it in hand, you vodka, and then you call Sedna to the rear guard. And then when you get to your grade 2 turn, you aqua her and go Sedna again.
Yeah.
Just I need to see grade 3s. I need to see grade 3s because I don't run that many.
Yeah. Definitely need to get that like initial copy of Bear in hand. And like you mentioned with that soul issue, you definitely want the 2nd copy of Bear in hand as well. And like let's just talk about how crazy that turn 2 was, being able to ride into the Aqua, boom, call the Lieselot. Off the top of Lieselot, the Ellie.
That was poetic.
So much on-hit pressure, especially with Aqua being base 15 already with that LE, 23k. That's a beautiful number.
It's like this deck is fully built to be streamlined. Like we already mentioned this, how the other version we saw has the Pearl Sisters to kind of put on the first attack pressure. But for this one, the first attack pressure comes from Aqua. The first attack pressure comes from Sedna. Those two together can make columns big. Those two together in a column is
28 turn 2. That's crazy to even think about. Like 28 that's like usually something you get after like getting a force marker. That's on your grade 3 turn. Being able to produce that kind of board on turn 2, but then also being able to like just go through so many pieces. Aqua being able to draw, Lieselot being able to call from the top of your deck. You're able to see so many of your cards in the deck in Prism that it's hard to think of a world in Prism where you brick.
Now, this is a very interesting fact. Would you run at least one copy of the grade 4 Prism?
I would say yes. I would say yes because if you, on that very, very, very low chance that you do break, you don't manage to find any of your Prism pieces, that the Nectaria is able to then just use itself as a way to bind the Clear. Clear is probably the best target of choice for this because let's say you go first, you bind the Clear, you don't need that extra counterblast for Rosa to get another card in hand because Clear gets you one for free. Clear gets you one for free, you're able to bind a different Prism from drop if you had to guard with it, let's say, or if you healed it out of damage zone. Let's say if you don't have another Prism in drop, probably better to go for Rosa. And like this is stuff that you do have to like reassess your situation on each time, because even though we do run 4-4-4-4 of all the Prism names, we do need to see a multitude of them going into our grade 3 turn. We need one to bind off of Vert, and we need some to just have in the bind zone period.
Overall, I do really still enjoy this deck. Like, it's showing its merit, but I always like to see those extra spicy attack options for insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Like that Highlander build, I gotta give it props. I actually enjoy it. One of the reasons I enjoy it is because Pearl Sisters are very, 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 very good in my opinion.
We love our Pearl Sisters.
Outside of that, like that Bermuda, I've said this already, but any Bermuda has such a strong presence just because of the combo of Lieselot. The amount of potential those two just bring on their own is more than enough to propel any Bermuda deck to where, okay, now I'm at grade 3, I'm doing my gimmick. Thank you, you two.
Yeah, like let's not forget that Lieselot's able to come down on grade 1. Like a lot of times, like people gloss over that because all of Lieselot's effects are already like so high octane, being able to get that +1 to board, get that soul if you need, that people sometimes it just glosses over people's minds like, oh, I got my turn 2 hand set up, I got my Aqua, I got my Lieselot, but then sometimes you call down the Lieselot first on grade 1, you get the free +2 board, next turn, you slam down that Aqua, you grab that Lieselot back, you slam that Lieselot down back again, you +2 to board for literally no cost.
I'm glad you brought that up, because the first time someone did that to me, was they were going first. And I see Lieselot hit the board. I'm like, why'd you do that? It does not make sense. And then they do the Aqua and do exactly what you just said. And I'm like, oh, that's ingenious. Oh, I love that.
Yeah. For the cost of absolutely nothing, +2 to board. And like, what's most important about this kind of play is that it uses 0 counterblast. 0! Like, one of the like more skill-intensive resources in the game of Vanguard right now is counterblast and damage management. The fact that you're able to do this stuff without that counterblast is just so strong. Another thing I want to bring up while we're in like the concept of like grade 2 plays and counterblast plays and damage management is there's a whole lot of like grade 2s right now with have like their on plays with a counterblast, but That's a bit enough rambling from me. Philip, take us into the scoreboard.
You're right. I do want to see if some names have moved around, if some people have skyrocketed up, or maybe some people started going down, or maybe some people just stay where they're at. Oh, I see a familiar name. Oh, I see a familiar name.
I see a lot of familiar names here. Yo, lead us off, Philip.
Yo, all right. So from the top, we got Blaken leading leading in first place. Now, granted, everybody is 3-0. This is a little bit of misleading. Things can still change, but still. Followed by Kara. I'm going to butcher a lot of these, so I'm going to just apologize in advance. We got Musrex, Chalice, Royal Lover, my Godsman 00. Now that we know this, Hakase, and Gallo. It is like I'm back a week. This is very similar to last week.
Seeing a lot of names. I remember Chalice, I remember Royal Lover, I remember Hakase. These are just names coming back again. These are players to look out for. But I want to see who's in 9 to 16. Go ahead and give me 9 to 16. At 9, we have Demios, and at 10, we have Ichi. At 11, we have Franz. Franz is a fellow playtesting member of mine from the Echo Chamber. I do know what Franz is bringing. Sorry?
Is it the France I think it is?
It's probably the Franz you think it is.
Hey, nice.
At 12, we have Galteria. 13 at Mwinley. 14 at from Nerdhaven. We have Conan Kudo, a popular name as well. You see the name pop up in Discords here and there. 15, Toby TCG, and 16, oh so delicious, fried steaks. Oh, that shit bussin'.
My God. Like, I want to reiterate one more time. Seeing those familiar names is very nice, but it's gonna sound weird, but this does not mean anything. We are barely in round 3. Things can change. All these 16 players could just face their either worst matchups or better players, or who knows, and can go for the next 3 rounds 3-0. I hope they don't. I wish everybody the best, but that can happen. And the players that are currently like 2-1 or 1-2 can go just on an amazing streak and just shoot up. It's too early in the game to really decide who's where, but seeing some familiar names is very heartwarming.
It's like we're at locals again. We're just able to see like all the people. We're able what a pipe dream to be able to go back to locals again. But this is a very good substitution in #BRO 2021. Use that hashtag in your tweets because I want to read some stuff next round. But before we do so, I'm gonna give you guys a small break so you can tweet out some of your favorite moments while we go hydrate. Philip, anything to say before the break?
I looked at the standings real quick. Different fights at 42. That's about it.
All right, let's take a break. And we're back.
We're back. Strike a pose. We're back. Oh, boy. But yeah, that was a very, like, the tournament's going so far very well. We've seen some good people rise in the rankings. We've seen some matches. I do believe, however, we've seen some outliers. You want to...
Oh, sorry. Repeat that. I think you kind of cut off at the end there.
Oh, but yeah, the matches we've seen were very interesting to watch, and we've just seen, you know, some of the aspects of what Vanguard really is. Like, you're not gonna have a perfect game every time. You're gonna have to adapt and just overcome and move on to the next one, especially in these early stages. So I just want to get your opinion on these matches that we just currently seen and how everything kind of played out.
Yeah, a lot of you watching might be considering like, ooh, Vanguard's a scary game. People are dying before they get to their grade 3. Oh, that's a scary game. People are unable to get their engine going, but like, I assure you not that these are like outliers. Like we are seeing like the extreme side of a lot of these games. The majority of the games, like things do go smooth. People do tailor their decks to be consistent. That's why we do see like decks like that Prism, Hikawa Sky's Prism deck being 4-4-4-4-4-4-4. Because we want every game to go very smoothly. You want to be able to get your A that leads to your B to leads to your C. So a lot of this stuff where you see a lot of this like take the 3 damage and die, get the double crit and die. This is very outlier, and I assure you that the game is actually still pretty fun. And like what you saw there, these are still players playing to their outs. This is like they understood that in order for me to even have a chance of playing, I do need to do this.
I completely agree. And hey, I can't wait to see some of the upcoming matches, because it's one of those things like probability doesn't work this way. But if we've seen matches like this, we're due a really good one here in a bit, and I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Let's go ahead and check out what the first deck will be for round 4 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for the V Premium format. Oh, and we have Sleepy from Canada representing Pale Moon with the hybrid Bunny and Harry deck. Philip, do you have anything to say about this? You love it.
I just straight up love it. I've been a fan of Hari ever since it came out. I love the gimmick, I love the stage, I love the concept of it, and then the way I've made my Hari is very generic, all the Magia. Throwing an Alice in there to kind of get another pigeon or get another star on the board and just have fun. But this is not that. This is, like you said, a hybrid with the Bunny engine, and I want to see this baby in action.
All right, so let me actually run down the stage for everyone to kind of understand, so to be able to understand this deck concept. So our initial Vanguard ride will be Harry, because Harry has the ability to turn like your axle markers to a stage. And on this stage, you're able to perform a lot of cool Pale Moon tricks, jumping back and forth between units. In the end, you're looking to end on that Pop Dragon. After you ride onto Harry, your next turn, you're looking to go into Teliops, the new Bunny Beast Tamer from Clan Collection. The cool thing about Teliops here, in accordance with his co-star in Clarina, you're able to put Clarina onto another circle and then turn that circle to a Vanguard circle, which means Clarina is able to get her effect to gain an extra drive, but not only that, gain her effect to call something out of Soul onto the rear. What are you calling out of Soul? Your Pop Pigeons, your Pop Dragons. So this deck kind of takes the best of both worlds. It takes the... Like, we might not play as many bunnies as you do see in like a pure bunny list. We've got like the grade 3 Searcher because it's just generically good, happens to have the bunny name. We run the Amazing Bunny, +1 on ride, generically good, has the bunny name. Most importantly, this deck is looking to get that multi-attack off of Clarina, those 2 extra drives, and is looking to use Harry to turn that axle marker into the stage.
And of course, to fill out the deck, we have some Magias just to help it out. It doesn't hurt. Harry works around Magia so well, and the Magia cards present always are good. We got draws, we got counter charges, we got power, we got removal, and it's just nice fillers as well as just good cards overall. I really love the direction this deck is taking. But the direction I want to take now is seeing the other, the other deck, the opponent. What are we trying to face against? What are we trying to, put such a good performance against? I mean, I couldn't stop myself.
Good one. Ooh, let me go ahead and lead this one off. Me being the Royal Paladin enthusiast, we've got Jewel Knight's Sanctuary Guard Dragon. Sanctuary Guard Dragon is everybody's favorite Vanguard star, Daigo Wish. Best unit. So the cool thing about Sanctuary Guard Dragon is it's a restanding Vanguard. Already, that is it. You can rest your back row, your grade 1 back row, to be able to restand it. One of the cool new cards introduced... Excuse me. One of the cool new cards introduced in Clan Collection is that grade 2 you see beside Liverot here in Augustus. Augustus has the ability to just restand itself at the end of the battle your Vanguard attacked. So even after attacking with the Sanctuary Guard Dragon and resting your back row, after that you're able to restand that Augustus, restand your Vanguard again, and then you have a boost. What's the best part to notice about this is that ideally your first ride you want to be Ashley, because when you re-ride into that into that Sanctuary Guard Dragon, you're giving that Vanguard a crit.
Oh, that beautiful, beautiful crit. Not to mention, like, as you said, Ashley on Vanguard, good. But the fact that we have Ashley means Ashley on Rearguard, also good. We just got the potential of multi-attack on Rearguards, on Vanguards. I'm seeing Leverot here for the teching out, toolboxing, getting any grade 2 we need out of our deck. I love the inclusion of Alan. It's a very old Vieira card that just became an easy staple for plussing. And we see the Jewel Knight engine. We see grade 3 searchers. Overall, I'm loving the way this deck is built. And it's very intriguing to see two hybrid decks go against each other. I didn't even think about that until we have a Jewel Knight Sankguard versus a Hari Bunny. Can you ask for anything better?
I'm very excited, and I think the players are also excited to show their stuff on stream. Let's get into round 4, Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Round 4, begin. Woo! On the left side, we have Sleepy playing Pale Moon, and on the right, Dragon Okeristo playing Royal Paladin.
Sleepy will be going first. And this could prove beneficial, getting that Hari right first, not getting the full effect off. But as we see through the deck list, it's not a Magia-focused deck, so that's not going to hurt Sleepy too much. Which means once we get to that Hari, once we make a stage, then we start doing some Beast Tamer shenanigans.
Ooh, and over on Dragano Chemisto's side, we do open the game with a G-Assist. But on the bright side of things, we go into the best grade 1 in the deck in Morvidus. Now, Morvidus has the very cool ability that when the unit is placed over this unit circle, be it the van or the rear, you can draw one. So, just a good way that when you do ride over the Morvidus, you are able to get that card back.
It's such a beautiful card. And the fact that it works on Rearguard, I've seen decks that run this, just go, I'm going to call this. I'm going to go over it immediately because I want something better. I want a deck filter. I want to get this into my draw. And it's just a very good addition, not only to the Jewel Knight engine, but overall to Royals. I believe this card is going to be staying in all the Royal deck V-era decks for a long time to come.
Oh, I definitely agree. Just the ability that a lot of V decks, they're wanting that grade 1 ride that just guarantees that +1. We see it a lot in Vanquisher, in Chainbolt Dragoon. We see it in Luard with Knees. And this is basically, well, actually, let's not forget to mention that this deck, the Jewel Knight and the Sanctuary Guard deck, they have 2 versions of this. The grade 1 for the Sanctuary Guard engine is also an on-ride. Check top 7 for a +1.
Now, Dragon Chemisto is being put a little bit into a corner. Started out the game with a G-Assist, just got critted off of a grade 2 attack, things are going a little bit in the south direction, but nothing's over yet. It can all start turning around and going better because that lever I just hit the board. We're getting we're getting a board for basically for a CB, and
All right.
there we
Ooh,
go.
I love this board. Leverod call the wake stand. Wake stand skill to call top 7. And from top 7, we find a grade 1.
This is just utilizing all the resources we're given. Like we've been given 2 CB. Let's use it. Let's just go for it. Make a board. Because the sooner we can make a board, the sooner we have the necessary conditions for Saint Guard, for Ashley, just being able to go. And another thing, this is one of the things we mentioned a couple of times. Knowing your matchup. Hari doesn't have much removal. We have one card in Hari that can remove, and that basically just puts it a soul. It's not really that true form of removal. So it's almost, how do I say it? It's reassuring to know I can put down a board and it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, unless Sleepy is able to match the pressure with their own rear guards and attack into Dragon Alchemisto's rear guards as well. These grade 2s are staying, and these are really key grade 2s that we see here, especially going into the Sanctuary Guard Dragon turn. Next turn, potentially, Wakestand being able to gain 5k for each of your back row grade 1 rear guards, and off of Wakestand's skill, we were able to also call Belizel, the grade 1 for Sanctuary Guard Dragon. And we
I love
find
this.
Yes.
I love this. We use the grade 3 searcher to get a heal guardian to our hand.
We are actually just how do I say? We are provoking our opponent. Attack me, see what happens.
I'm a broken record here. This is knowing your matchup. Oh, Pale Moon, bet. Multi-attack, bet. Here's a heal guardian.
And what I love about this too is that even though we're showing that heal guardian, even with 2 face down counterblast, because we have Belizel on the rear, and because we know that Pale Moon's removal is limited, that Belizel is able to get us the counter charge we need for Sanctuary Guard Dragon. Like the moment we have Belizel on board, we're set. We are set.
Oh. Now this is going to be the key. What are we riding in? Our main target, just like you said. Hey, okay, here we go. This is exactly what we talked about between round 2 and 3. Markers. Which one do you go to? Harry was one of those where you can pick and choose, and we went into Excel 1.
We're going to Excel 1, but not all. But Harry activates at the end of battle, I believe. No, Harry's an act.
Yeah, so this is a
a very vanilla turn, and we do get the Sanctuary Guard Dragon ride. Now that our opponent is on grade 3, Sanctuary Guard Dragon does get that extra crit. We only need one more grade 1 in the back row to get all the conditions off for our double Vanguard restand. And is that it? Coming down? It is the grade 1. It's the Maron. So we are live. We're going to go ahead and swing with the Sanct Guard. We're going to use Belizel's skill to get that counter charge.
A Marin? Is there supposed to be a Marin in this list?
Ooh, I don't see a Maron in the list.
Exactly. I do see an Allen.
I do see an Allen.
I know I can't see that far, but I'm pretty sure that's a Marin. So that's not something for us to decide on what's going on. So we're gonna just put that to the side and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I'm here to watch Royal Paladin. We'll let the judges do what they need to do, but I want to see Sanctuary Guard Dragon do its skill here.
See, one thing that didn't click to me until you said it was Augustus, and Sanctuary Guard rests 3 rear guards to do his thing. Augustus said, "Hey, I'm not done fighting just yet. Put me back up. Put me back in, coach."
Exactly. Now imagine just imagine if you were able to layer your back row with Augustus and maybe have one Belizel in the front, or just a way to have Belizel on board to guarantee that extra 10k, guarantee that counter charge that you need. Oh, Augustus was a great addition to Royal Paladin. I think I spoke about this a lot, and that Augustus is basically the all-in-one Royal Paladin support. Supports the Gam slot deck, supports the MLB deck, supports Thingsaver in like having like a double Vanguard, double restand, double booster. Just an all-in-all pretty good card for Royal Paladin.
Oh yeah. Sleepy is in a like this is one of the things that I do love about that. How the flow of the game can easily change. From our perspective, how the game started, Sleepy was in the advantage. Being able to get the double critical off of a swing, having your opponent G assist and not have as many cards in hand as just having that advantage per se. But now look at the board state. Only a Harry swing. We've been taking the 5 damage already,
Mm-hmm.
and like how easily the board state and the game state can just change. So I'm very interested to see what Sleepy does here. Does he have all the pieces necessary to just go with a game plan, or was just there an unfortunate circumstance of not seeing pieces on the first grade 3 ride?
But here it is. We do rewrite it to Liab, so we do get that double axle to make that that 20k stage. But like you pointed out, the fact that Sleepy was unable to match the aggression that Dragonel Chemsto was able to put out, being able to +3 to board and having them stay on board as well, just crazy strong. And we'll use Taliab's skill here to counterblast 1 and suck 2 cards from hand into Soul to call the Chlorina out and have her be the co-host of the Pale Moon show.
Now, I do want to say I love the concept of this deck. I love every single aspect of it, the combinations, the game plan, getting cards on the board, getting that Twin Drive Vanguard, using that stage as a place to just keep going. But I feel like I'm obligated to mention that he is not restricted to calling a grade 2 and making it a Vanguard and Rearguard. He can work with the other Beast Tamers, such as Golden Beast Tamer and so on. And this deck has the Bunny deck, pure Bunny deck has so much potential. Hari has so much potential. And seeing them both mesh together is just warm my heart because I love these concepts. I love these decks that people think of and run, and just you don't have to be straightforward. You can kind of curve off the line if you.
Mm-hmm. I definitely do have to agree with what you said here. Now, it looks like, unfortunately, I don't think we have the pop. Hopefully, we do have a pop in the Soul that we're able to call off the Chlorina there. But without seeing the Soul ourselves, hard to say, because pop is what will make this deck pop.
Oh my. Good sir, you've been on a roll with these puns. I don't
Thank
know
you.
if I should approve or.
We're going to start the turn off with Prana's attack at a hefty 29k to the opponent's Vanguard. Ooh, and we do get the defensive crit trigger, especially going to a multi-attack deck. You do love to see it.
Not. It's gonna help. It's overall gonna help. I do like to mention the interesting turn of events of, hey, let me search out a grade 3 Heal Guard in my early game. Oh, your first turn grade 3 Vanguard, you're just swinging my Vanguard? Well then, maybe I could have just kept this in my deck.
It does beg the question as to how healthy Dragonel Chemsto's hand will be, because we do see that Dragonel has opted to go all the way to 5 damage, so everything here is lethal. And I don't believe we're done attacking, so we will use the Chlorina skill here, and out comes not the Lord Pigeon pop, but we do have the Dark Side Mirror Master. Now, unfortunately, because it's not called through the ability of Hari, we don't get the counter charge, but any other attacker is another attacker. And
hey, we're playing force marker shuffle with Excels. That is a 20k to anything on that extra front row rear guard. So it doesn't have to be big. You could put a trigger up there and it'll still hit for good numbers.
Definitely true. Now this is 28, but we'll go ahead and jump our own trigger to guard that attack. One last attack to deal with. Do we have the cards in hand? I believe we do. After that turn of just doing 4 drive checks, though we do have to discard 1. That's 3 drive checks in total. Definitely probably have something to guard this. Last attack with conjunction of the defensive trigger, let's go ahead and start our next turn as Sanctuary Guard Dragon.
I do like want to say, like, going high damage, I could see the reasoning, especially against the multi-attack deck. You kind of understand where the numbers are at, and you can kind of see, all right, future numbers are going to be probably in the same range, and I have the cards to guard them. But if I can hit defensive triggers, why not take the damage in the early game and just prevent the whole turn and keep my hand? It is a bit of a risky play. We haven't seen many of those plays in Premium last week because of the type of game it is. But in V, it is a viable strategy. Multi-attack, cool. Let me just go to 5 damage, see if I hit any defensives, and then go from there. If I don't have to waste cards from hand, this is going to benefit me overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like we're going to go ahead and do our full aggression here. We've got Ashley on the rear. On that force marker, we've got Sanctuary with a force marker and that base and that base 2 crit. And
that is 6 damage.
And that's the game. Just
Right,
that raw aggression.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, and that's the game. Sanctuary Guard takes it home. Daigo has fulfilled the wish of Sanctuary Guard Dragon and has brought Royal Paladin to victory.
Overall, very interesting match the way it turned out. We got to see the game plan of Sleepy.
Yeah.
Make a stage and then use the stage because it's a 20k.
Yeah.
That concept was just amazing to me.
I think it's like one of the cooler concepts of like you're able to kind of mimic a force deck with that concept of stage. Being able to move a lot of units onto that stage means that you're able to share that 20k, maybe that 30k multiple times. And who knows how different the game would have looked if we were able to get the Lore Pigeon Pop to get us into the Starry Pop Dragon with that guard restrict, with that just large amount of power, get that extra attack on that stage in conjunction with Clarina to put another attack on that stage. Because we're, instead of like playing like an Axel clan now, like we said, it's starting to play like a Force clan.
I do want to mention, just a quick side topic. Do you think a version of this deck might be able to work in Premium? It's just a side topic. Premium was last week. We had more enough to talk about, but I was just finding it very interesting. If you can manage to ride Hari and then go into this type of turn with strides or not strides and just have a stage that's an Excel like that,
Yeah, could definitely work, especially with just the robust G zone of Pale Moon, just like the robust like soul toolboxing from the deck. So definitely a possibility.
I do want to kind of take this spotlight and shift it and look at that nice little Royal Paladin deck.
Yeah.
The fact that we got 2 decks that are basically hybrids, it fascinates me. And I love the concept of both. Sanctuary Guard is an amazing Vanguard. Being able to put that crit pressure, being able to have a restanding Vanguard that has twin drive. It has twin drive both times, yeah. And gains power on top of that. And then I love the addition you mentioned of name is Augustus, just going around the Sanctuary Guard cost of I'm gonna rest these for this, and then this is gonna stand and provide me a booster for this. I love it.
What I wanted to mention the most was that grade 2 turn from Dragon, knowing, like having the cognition thought of knowing that because I have Belizel, I have the counter charge needed to use Sanctuary Guard Dragon's attack. I am okay with picking up this Heal Guardian, and I'm okay with telling my opponent they are not going to hit because I don't need that extra damage. I got that 1 counter charge. I got everything I need for Sanctuary Guard Dragon. I think that's one of the beautiful things about Sanctuary Guard Dragon. Such a lean, robust engine. You have one Belizel, you have 1 Sanctuary Guard Dragon. You're going off.
Man, it's the simple decks with those spicy deck options that just I love to see. Because Sanctuary Guard, no disregard to the actual card itself, is a very, very simple deck. You do one thing and you do one thing good.
You do
The
it
addition
really
of all
good.
the Jewel Knights. Yeah,
You
the
do it
addition of all
really
the
good.
Jewel Knights. You're not wrong, but it's basically a glorified cleric, all right?
In a sense, but like I do love like the inclusion of Jewel Knights into the Sanctuary. Like let's say the first second got flipped around and it was actually Sleepy on the crackback and Dragon starting off the game. We have now the option to ride into Ashley to start us off, getting that Soul Blast 2 to call a new column. That's Soul Blast 2 for +2, no counterblast required. So you can go ahead and guard heavily. Then on the... Go ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's exactly that. Being able to use Ashley's multi-attack in the early game while your opponent is still a grade 2. Having that necessary, pressure. On top of that, you got to understand, you're not using much soul in this deck. I'm looking at this list. The only thing that's actually using soul is Ashley herself. Maybe lever out if you don't have any ODB, but that's about it. So you got more than enough soul to spare to do your things. And then what you do in Ashley Jewel Knight-ish turn, hey, let me just ride Vanguard. Let me just give him a critical. Let me just punch.
And that's the beautiful thing, because Vanguard gains base 2 crit. Ashley doesn't change it from base to crit. Actually gives +1 critical. So that's 3 damage from your Sanctuary Guard Dragon. 3 damage! You put that force on there, you put that second force on there, you're swinging at 53 3 crit. 53 3 crit. It's just, it's very lean, it's very robust, and it does what it wants to do really well.
Yes. My God, that was... it just puts a smile on my face. I can't say nothing. This is the beauty of Vanguard. Being able to watch these types of decks, being able to see how other people build it. Like that's always what was like. You have a idea of how a version of a clan or a version of a deck is meant to be played for you, like what you want to play, what you think are good cards, and then someone else comes up and goes, "Hey, I run this," and you just stand there and go, "Huh? Yeah, that's good. I like that. Let me try that."
And I think that's like the beauty of like Vanguard as well. And like these kind of events, people can use them as like learning opportunities as well, because you have your small local play group, and that local small play group only has like a certain like conscience. Like you guys only think about certain things in itself. Then you go to this large event and you're able to see like these multitudes of lists. You're able to start like bouncing ideas off of people you've never talked before. You're able to get new opinions, new thoughts into your brain space. And this allows you to like diversify your deck builds. This allows you to like explore things you've never even considered exploring before. And that is like one of the beautiful things of like these big events.
Man, like that's you said it beautifully. Like this brings me back to my memories, and I mentioned this week of how whenever I started Vanguard, going to regionals and coming back from regionals, you're a completely different player. You gain that experience, you gain that perspective of, oh, this is how I guarded and took damage before. Trip, this is how I guard and take damage now.
But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our leaderboard going into round 5.
This is actually going to start showing a little bit of movement, because now we're starting to get to that midway point where, all right, I need to either start definitely winning or I need to stop losing. Because, hello, we are actually seeing our first 3-1 in the top 8. We're going to slowly start whittling down now.
Yeah, so leading us off in our tournament is Kara, followed by Andy, followed shortly by Gallo. That's your top 3. Then a familiar name here at number 4, Karan Patel. At 5, Asus. And at 6, we seeing it again, WCC, Tyler Yu. At 7, Wind Up Hero. And finishing off the top 8, at 8, 9, 8 for Smurf. Philip, give me the 9 to 16.
Yes. We're going to see some familiar names here at 9 to 16, with Franz coming in at 9th and Royal Lover right behind. Blaken over there at 11, Crimson at 12. We got M. Winley at 13. And this is a new name that pops up, the Time Wizard. Maybe they're playing Gear Chronicle. Who knows? Popping over there at 14. And I believe Hakase has not moved. He's been sitting in that 15th spot for a second round. And last but not least, in the top 16, we got Ichi. Overall, a very interesting lineup. Very curious to see why some players do have 3-0, but overall, we're starting to see the names move. We're starting to see people come up, people come down, and now we're actually going to be seeing names persist. This is going to be the people that are trying to stay in the top of the leaderboard. These are going to be the people that are trying to keep their score clean and try to keep progressing as much as possible. And not to say people in the lower brackets, they still got a chance. Anybody that now is X2, if they keep going on a good streak, we're going to probably see their name pop up.
So yeah, a lot of those 3-0s that we saw, they are still finishing their game. So that standing could quickly change in a blink of an eye. Those X0s might consider to be X0s. Those other X0s could be X1s at that point. Who knows? But as we start dwindling down in the day, as we start finishing up the tournament, we're starting to look at these very familiar names. We're going to be kind of expecting who to expect in the top 8.
Oh boy. Like, it's just, I'm a loss for words. I'm sorry. It's one of those things, like, some of these names, seeing them last week, seeing them this week, it's always a fun thing to just kind of recognize skill. Vanguard is a luck-based game, but it is also a skill-based game. You can't just turn up and go, durl, I'm just going to turn my Vanguard, so let the crits do the work. You got to know when to attack, when to not attack. It comes down to skill. And the people we're seeing names pop up, those are the people that have that experience behind them that know, all right, this is the meta. This is what I'm playing. This is how I got to play. This is what my opponent is. Just showing overall potential.
Yeah. But with that out of the way, we're about ready to go into round 5. But before that, I'm going to take a short break. I'm about to swap out on the color spectrum. Yellow card Vanguard. We're going to swap out for some orange going into round 5. So, see you in a few rounds. But get ready for Philip in orange.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
So, hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all 3 formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 19. And so my first event was BSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister. Then I guess I'll attack your character. Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me! Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz as an English edition original. Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set. On sale December 17th. Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempeспhere and Zazan, and in the end I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck, and so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO Springfest rather was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Cardfight, Vanguard, Overdress.
And welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble on 2021. As mentioned, we have swapped yellow for orange, so glad to be back.
Yes, yeah, we've changed color schemes. We're now orange color scheme. We were yellow color scheme, so I'm back.
Now, you've told